Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Dave with LoFiTrader. Sure, we started a minute early, but why not? We got to be early to the game, and that's why we're here for pre-market prep, baby. What are we doing for pre-market prep? Simple. We're looking at all of our indices, all of our larger caps, all of our tech stocks, and we're going to take a little peeky gander, and we're going to see what is going on with them today. Now, we know we had the overall sell-off in the market, right? We had a beautiful push this morning right into resistance, yesterday morning, and that thing just fell off the face of the earth. Well, guess what? We have more data coming out today. So we know 2 days ago, Fed Powell turns on that microphone at 10 a.m. and that test tanked, guys. It just tanked. Let me know in chat. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? This is the new lava mic, and I hope it's a little better for you. So let me know if the levels are good, if you guys are happy with where they're at. Because I want to keep on carrying on, baby. I want to make sure you guys can hear it A-OK. So remember, we have non-farm payroll data at 8:30. We got 29 minutes, baby. 29 minutes until we hear what that Fed payroll, the non-farm payroll, is going to give us. So if you guys aren't familiar with what non-farm payroll is, I can give you a little update. Then we're going to run through the indices, and then we will go over whatever is in the chat. All right, so non-farm payrolls. Non-farm payrolls measure the change in the number of people employed during the previous month, including the farming industry. Job creation is the former indicator of consuming spending, which accounts for the majority of the economic activity. So let me read this again. Non-farm payrolls measures the change in the number of people employed during the previous month. It doesn't include farming industry or job creation, okay? It's just focusing on the change in number of people employed during the previous month. So in this case, in order to bring inflation down, we want to see a higher actual reading than what is forecasted. If we can see an actual higher reading, we're going to assume that that has not been bid in to the price, and that the inflation will come down if we have more people. We want to see number of people that are employed. We want to see a lower number than the forecasted, excuse me. So if the forecast last month, so February 3rd, 2023, was 185,000, and we came out actual 517,000 of higher than the last month, then that's bad, right? So the higher that goes, it's going to be more bullish for the US dollar. If the US dollar is going up, usually our equities are going down, because if your dollar is worth more, then why would you put it into a speculative stock in order to print money? Okay, so we have non-farm payrolls, and that will be at 8:30. Okay, so that's coming up really soon, guys. Pay attention. Make sure you're here with us. I should put a little timer up there for you, so that way we know. Rabia, good morning, Rabia. It is always good to see you here. New Vision, good morning, and Amire, what's going on, brother? It's good to see you. Yeah, happy Friday, guys. We got to be really careful on Fridays, right? Because there's a lot of people that are like, meh, I'm not going to leave my money in over the weekend, you know. But we're all different traders. Small caps, large caps, and mid caps. So, guys, we are definitely going to look at all those small cap stocks. I'll even put over here, because we have it advertised, OCEA, because that one's looking pretty good. And then, of course, we're going to take a look at Toro in a minute here, Amire. Remind me in just a minute. But I do want to we need to get a peeky gander at these indices first, so that way we can see what they look like at 9:30 and what they look like at 8:30 when the non-farm payrolls come out. So you guys need to stick around for this, okay? So I'm going to run through the indices pretty quick. We'll take a little peeky gander of exactly what's going on with these, and then we will have a better idea what happened last night. So let me zoom out here on the hourly. All right, and as you guys can see, we had a huge sell-off. Now, I have all these marked out here for you. If you're new with us, I'm Dave. This is LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. What are we doing here? We are doing pre-market prep. We are getting ready for the day. We are trying to find the right stocks, find the right areas, so we know, is this looking bullish, bearish? Where is our line in the sand? Okay, that's what we're doing here, guys. If you like it, if you love it, leave that subscribe button, and you can see me every single day. I take live trades, live analysis, live commentary, guys. So anyway, we got OCEA over here on the top right-hand side. side, and on the left-hand side is the indices that we are going to be running through. So as you can see, I have a mess on this SPY. I'm going to go ahead and just remove all these drawings, and we can start over fresh. But before I do, just take a look at this. We pushed just up above that area and hit a double top, which also is known as a head and shoulders, or the Wyckoff technical pattern. Okay, now after it did all that, it failed pretty hard. Now I know some people that took this here. I waited to see the backside on this before I started grabbing my shares short. So things are looking pretty interesting is the best way to say it for SPY. We are under the 200-day moving average, guys. That to me is risk off. So you'll see me keeping an eye on my trades, and we'll go through my trades today. I'm only in 4 as of right now. Actually, I'm in 5. We're gonna make sure we put Meta on here. And we'll run through those because I'm probably gonna be exiting my positions or just keeping a really close eye on them today because, you know, under the 200-day, I'm bearish, but you have to see how it shapes up. Just like back here, you gotta see how it shapes up, right? We got to see how it shapes up. If it creates a new lower high above this 200, you know, I might keep looking. But under the 200, I'm going risk off. Let's sit back, relax, eat some popcorn, and see what's going on in the market. So one of the little things that I read today, actually, from one of the guys that I followed, I'll see if I can find it for you. Plant-based trader actually tweeted. He said, let me just read it. I'll read the excerpt, and then we're going to run through this, guys, okay? He wrote, I find the market fascinating right now, and I have no clue where to go from here, but I'm just going to watch it for a bit with my popcorn. The Fed has an incredibly difficult situation here. How can you raise interest rates so much with the bank situation? So I don't know through and through what's going on in our bank situation, but I do know they are having a very hard time, and I think it's probably because everybody was on so much margin, okay? So that being said, how's the Fed going to keep raising interest rates if the banks are already hurting? That's a great question, and I think sitting back and just watching this play out, you know, if we find some levels, we'll definitely take some trades, but I think we need a little bit of time for the market to figure out what the heck is going on, okay? So IWM took the biggest hit yesterday. Now, it's still above the 200-day moving average, but look how big of a move this is. If this big boat only moves an average of 1.8% today in a day, this thing ended up moving twice that amount. It moved twice its average daily range, and it was all to the downside. So that's pretty amazing. It's pretty crazy that happened. So IWM, the smaller mid caps, took a big hit yesterday. It's sitting right on top of that 200. As where the Qs took a big hit, but are still sitting above the 200-day moving average. So we are still being led by tech. And we're going to go through a lot of those techs right now, but we are being led by tech, and now tech usually leads, right? If you want to argue that, that's A-okay, because we haven't been being led by tech. We think we've been being led by healthcare recently, right? But we know that usually in a bull market, we're being led by tech, right? Tech is usually the hottest commodity. Good morning, B. Stewie. Good to see you here, brother. Glad you're back in the nerve center, ready to kick some butt. So when we look at the Qs, we're saying, okay, these are still strong. They're still above the 200-day moving average. But remember, there's, I think, roughly 100 stocks, 100 equities in the Qs. So it's going to move a little different than a big boat like 500, S&P 500, okay? So we are looking below the 200 on the S&P 500. We are on the 200 at the with the Russell. And with the Qs, we are still above a 200-day moving average, creating a higher low here if it can hold, okay? Let's take a look at Netflix. Now, I told you guys if Netflix broke this, that we could go down to at least, you know, the next area here is 290, right? Now, I'm not saying that is going to happen. I'm just saying it broke this trend line, so I'm watching this thing to fail even further. So you can see right when it broke that trend line that we drew here, it flushed pretty quick. It came up to retest that trend line at that 300 psychological area as well, and it just got soaked right up on the hourly. So that's bad news bears for Netflix. But you know, these aren't buy or sell recommendations, guys. I'm just looking at it. I'm calling it how I sees it, okay? Microsoft sitting right down here back at its support, which is the 200-day moving average. So the last time it got down here, got soaked up. It still has a higher low on the daily, but this is going to need some time. This is also going to need some time. So we want to see these bigger tech stocks stay above that 200-day moving average, but we know that they're boats and they're slow to move. So Amazon looks like it broke down from that supply area that we were finally using as support. So, joking Pokemon, we will go over that. We'll go over that chat in just a second. So stick with me, brother. And that's what actually, joking Pokemon, that's exactly what we're doing right now. We're trying to get a better idea. What we do is we go through all these indices on my top left-hand side up here. And as we go through, you'll hear me talking about all of our biggest stocks. And then from there, we can calibrate a better idea of which ways to come, right? Now, we don't have a crystal ball, so I can't say it's going up, it's going down. All I can say is, this is what it looks like. Here are our levels, and where is our risk and where is our reward? If that sounds confusing, just stick around, brother, because I repeat myself quite a bit, and we can get this drilled inside of our head, so that way we can extrapolate some money from the market. Now, Meta looks like it's sitting right there on that 181, and if you guys took a little peeky gander, I'm still holding a quarter of my position from yesterday. I shorted the heck out of this thing. I told you guys that, I thought this 185 was strong. So when I seen it breaking that 185 with the overall market failing as well, I took a pretty heavy short on this, guys. Now, you know how I am. I like to pay myself into these. So as this flushed out, I started paying myself, and I'm glad I did. I took another last piece down here at the bottom. Very proud of that. Popped back up here, and now I'm just holding this last quarter. Okay, I'm holding that last piece. Took 100 shares, took a quarter out, took another quarter out, took another quarter out, and now we're sitting right in this area with another quarter because it popped up, it's into its resistance, and I'm expecting it to fail. Now, these aren't buy or sell recommendations. This is just my big chin telling you what I'm doing. Now, NVDA, on the other hand, NVDA has been looking overly strong, well above the 200-day moving average, and really leading the tech stocks, in my personal opinion. But we had a push through of the high and a huge sell-off. After we pushed through that high, we got up around 245. This thing sold off like crazy, guys. So be careful out there. This could be the best opportunity to buy or the worst opportunity to buy. And in those senses, sometimes we need to sit back, relax, and let the market do its due diligence. So it's sitting down here on support, guys, but we're not getting a whole lot of love down here. A lot of times if you got good support, you'll see big soaking here, or you'll see a big buy before it comes down and retests. But all we're seeing is a lot of selling volume, and it looks like right here in pre-market, we're trading at 232 or 233 even. We'll have to see what NVIDIA wants to bring us for market open. Now, Tesla, guys, I brought this up, and it was really nice. I think in our Discord, one of you, I'm not sure, is it Rabia? Are you the ducky? I think Rabia is the ducky in the Discord. Goli, I believe, is Rabia. But, I really appreciate when you bring things up like that. You called it out. You said, hey, Dave, you were spot on. You were spot on. I was talking about when it broke this 185 area, that we have the ability to come all the way back down here and test this 176, okay? And it did, it did. Now, one thing I'm quick to always bring up is, sure, I was right on this, but I'm wrong at times too. Now, I've called this spot on. I've called basically everything that the market has been doing pretty spot on. But I don't want anybody to take these aren't buy or sell recommendations. This is just, I'm laying this all out for you. And I'm really hoping it gives you a better strategy, a better idea on how a trader looks at things, because there's different ways to trade, there's different ways to analyze the market, there's fundamentals, there's technicals, there's politicals, there's so many different angles that you could take when it comes to trading, that when you guys see me lay out my technical patterns, they can fail. But why am I making money? Well, because if I use proper risk management with these technical patterns, I can extrapolate money with a higher winning percentage, or better yet, a smaller winning percentage, but still come out on top with the money because the risk reward is there. So keep that in mind, guys. It might sound confusing, but all you need to do is show up every single day for pre-market prep, learn a little something, maybe take a few trades, either paper trading or for real, and then whether you win or you lose, remember you're a loser unless you're learning, okay, guys? So here is Apple, delicious and nutritious Apple. Now, we've seen Apple first thing in the morning yesterday, had a beautiful push just like the rest of the indices and sold off. Here's the great thing about Apple. Apple's above its 200-day moving average, and it was on support. Now that it broke that support, I think we have the ability to come down to this 147 area. Now, I'm not saying that this 148.90, this 149 area isn't going to hold. It could definitely hold right here. There is a double bottom. but I think that there's a lot more liquidity down here at 145, and I think that that's where we're going to want to head with Apple in order to get bought up. Now, I do have bull horns on. I'm a bear. I'm a bear with bull horns though, guys. I want to see your 401ks, all your indices. I want to see everything go higher. I do. But when you see things like this and you know where your liquidity levels are and you see accepted price zones like this 146, 145 area, you know, a lot of times you just don't trust playing in the middle, okay? So whether it goes up or down, I don't want to play in this area. I rather take a short here in this area or maybe take a long in this area, but I don't want to play in this area, you know? Now, either one of those trades could go the wrong way, so make sure you have risk in mind. We always want to use risk management, guys, so keep that in mind. Google. Good old Google. So I was a fanboy for Google when it was back down here and it pushed right up into its supply. It hung out here for a while. It was all happy-go-lucky, chip in jolly, but it looks like the supply took over and pushed it back down. Now, we are into some support right here at 92, but if Google doesn't hold at 92, we're gonna come right back down to 90 in my opinion. So be very careful out there today, guys, because we're just kind of trading in the middle on some of the bigger indices. Well, on the, I don't like to call them small, but some of these other ones, we're kind of sitting on its support. Now, if you guys remember yesterday, we were sitting on support. What happened? Look at, like Microsoft, we were sitting on support. What happened? It shot right up out of its support, found new demand, found new supply or resistance, and then sold right back off back into its supply. And now it's just sitting right back down here again. So if we see another pop, we can expect, I guess, or we can keep an eye out for this thing to have another pop and then find another selling bid somewhere, you know, maybe at 255. But we have 15 minutes till the job non-farm payrolls come out, guys. So 18 minutes actually until the non-farm payrolls come out, and you can hear that right here first, guys. All right, I got it on investing.com. They update their stuff pretty well, pretty quick, and so we'll see how fast we can bring it up. But I can promise you this, before I can even spit the knowledge to you, you're already gonna see how the market wants to react on the charts. So it'll be interesting to see how all that works out. So let me make sure I've got through everything I want to get through. Let's look at the volatility index, and look at this, guys. The volatility shot way up yesterday. We're up to 23 from that 19. And we know when the market gets volatile, it can get very choppy, it can get very violent, and we'll see very big moves. So the VIX, if you want to know how much the volume is being traded or how crazy the market is, this is a good spot to look, guys, the VIX. All right, so this is your chip, SMH, still on that uptrend here on your ETF, your semiconductor ETF. So this is, like I said, just kind of squatting right down. Like if I draw another line here, I know I just don't want it to get too messy, but look, we're on a double base here for these semiconductors. So this is either a great place or a bad place, you know, and you know, you could take your pick, you could take your side here, because I see good risk reward on a long, but I am a bear today, right? I'm expecting a pop, but a drop, okay? Now, I could be completely wrong, but if we just look at SMH, it kind of puts it into perspective on this too. We pushed higher, we broke down, we pushed higher, we broke down. We're creating new higher lows, but the question is, can it get up through this area? And if it can't get up through that area and it's tested twice, if this third one can't get up and nearly as high, we might actually see a break of that trend line today. So you heard it here first. It may or may not happen, but that's what I see in the indices. So now I'm gonna get through the chat. We're gonna catch up on the chat, and we're gonna see what you got on there so I can look it up and react to it. Of course, we got OCEA today, and we got LUNR today. Let's see what else we got. We'll look at Toro for my dude, Amire. What up, Jim? Slim Thicky in the house, baby. Good morning, good morning. Thank you for stopping in, Jim, and saying hello. So what we'll do is we'll put the SPY up over here. Actually, we're going to put Meta over here on the left side just because I got some money in Meta, and it'll be fun to watch it fail. If it does, it might be, well, it's entertaining regardless, guys. It might be fun to watch this thing soak right up in this area, take off to the moon, and stop me out too. That'll be fun and entertaining. Either way, I've made my money on this trade, so that's A-okay. So we're going to start at the top. We'll work our way down. So Amire wants to know, Captain, Captain, my captain. Remember, you're the captain of your own ship. I'm just the captain of this one. So thank you for calling me. It just sounds silly. Captain, my captain. Please do a good review on OCEA. Can go back to 11 or going back down. There are support and resistance also for Toro. So sure, let's go over OCEA. So I do like the look of OCEA, but of course I need to always keep in mind, first, what is the short squeeze and what is the float? So I don't have the short squeeze data on OCEA, but I do have the float, and we know for a fact that we are looking at 31 million float. That means it's a small. Rip your face off. Don't look back because you ain't got any eyeballs anyway. Face off stock, okay? So what am I seeing here? Well, you can already see where I have my lines laid out. If we go back here and we just put a beautiful line across this $8 area, you can see it tested once, twice, 3 times, 4, and then it broke down in the aftermarket and traded lower. Then we had a $6 area and it bounced off 1, 2, and broke down lower. And that's why you have stop losses, right guys? Well, this was a dead stock after this huge push, but look what happened. All of a sudden we get a huge bout of volatility right here. Humongous. This is beautiful, guys. This is exactly what you want to see in a stock. And it pushed right up into this resistance. Now, this resistance that it pushed into might take some time. It might be taking some time because, you know, if we look at the daily on this, let me just give it a little, right here for the whole day is where the most volatility is. Now, we could have did the same thing on the hour, but I just want to show you on the daily how I mark it out. Now, we have this amount of volume. We have 10 million shares traded on a 31 million float. That means over here, this stock, well, for the day, 30 million. So this thing traded its float in one day here. Now, for this day, yesterday, we had, drum roll please, if I can find it, goodness, 11 million shares traded, okay? So it's about the same amount of shares traded from, I'm sorry, we got 30 million and we have 60 million. What was I looking at? So we had 30 million and now we're getting double the volume here, guys. Double the volume right here. So if we know that resistance is right here at that 12, okay, and we know that we're getting double the volume down here at the bottom, okay, and now if we look at the pre-market, let me throw OCEA up here. If we look at the pre-market here, let me look at the pre-market data. Right now in pre-market, we've only traded 84,000 shares. That's absolutely nothing on this stock, 84,000 shares. So just know, right now it is very illiquid. You can see in the aftermarket it was not very liquid at all, but it is coming down to an interesting area, right at that breakout price at $8.88, or you could say the even $9 area, right? Let's say $9, guys, because that's a good psychological level. Now, it's sitting right there on that $9 in pre-market, all right? Now, if we look at the lines that I've drawn in the sand, I like this 8. This 8 looks pretty solid. The 6 looked decent, right? But we're up here in the 9. So what do? Well, personally, I would not take this trade unless it was closer to 8. And then even then, I would need to make sure that that thing proves itself to me. So OCEA is looking absolutely scrumptious, a spicy little tamale here. A stock that we could either make some or lose some on because it can move up to 53% in one day. So you can lose your ass on this stock, guys, and I'm just being as real as I possibly can, all right? You can lose your ass on this stock, or we can make a lot of money. Just remember that right at this $12 area, guys, there is a big cesspool of liquidity sitting up there. They are going to try and sell right off into you. So if it took twice the amount of volume just to get back up to here, it's going to take another bout of volume to not just push into this, but to push through this. And if we can push through that area, we might be able to head up higher to the north side. So we're gonna definitely keep an eye on OCEA, but those are my levels that I have. I'm seeing $8, I'm seeing $9. Those look like my two biggest ranges here. And then of course you have your $12 area of resistance up top, okay? So those are my levels, and that is my in-depth on OCEA. So please be very, very careful, and especially in pre-market. I wouldn't suggest taking any shares in pre-market for the simple fact that, well, it's got a pretty tight range, but it's not doing any liquidity. So if you don't have liquidity, you don't have price action. If you don't have price action, you don't have nothing. So I would personally wait to see how it's going to react at the $8 level before you do anything. So here we go. That is my in-depth support, and only because I love you, Sir Amire, only because I love you, I will do this one as well. So we're going to go over Toro, T-O-R-O, and we'll leave OCEA over here on this one. And Toro, good old Toro. So Toro looks like it is making a nice little price action right here at this $5 area. So what do we want to see Toro do? We want to see it break through this area, come back and retest 5 so we can get a nice little tasty trade in there using 5 as a risk. But here's the thing. You have to understand that Toro is extremely extended from that 10, 21, and 30-day moving average, okay? So it looks good. It looks like it's actually giving us something constructive in this area, but it's breaking through in pre-market, so we'll need to see it push back up through, come down and retest, and then maybe carry on higher. But this is a very speculative stock. Why? Because there is no information here, okay? I have no information backing behind this, okay? I have nothing. This is all I have is this line, and it's below it right now. So keep that in mind. It looks like it's a new IPO, but there's oddly stuff behind it, so I don't think it's a new IPO. But Toro Corporation does look like it's trying to fancy up, but we are going to see if that's what we want to, if this is something that we want to continue watching, okay? So there you go, Amiri, that's what I got for you. I hope you have an awesome morning. So morning all big day, yes. So 8:30 is coming up, so we might have to take a quick break. That way we can watch the data. We got 4 minutes. So I'm going to get through the chat, and then we need to keep the data up over here so that way when it comes up, we know exactly what's happening, okay? So let me bring up Meta or the SPY. I am taking a small gamble into this data because I know this data is going to probably be, hello, my contacts didn't get same as Okay, guys, so let's get through the chat. So we went over OCEA and Toro. Let's see. NASDAQ slightly green. You said that you're in OCEA at 990. Good luck, but be careful. Know your risk. Know your risk. Please know your risk. Let me know what your risk is, actually. I want to know your risk. Amire, what is your risk? I don't want to see anybody getting hurt today, okay? I'm hurt enough today. I don't want anybody else getting hurt. So, joking Pokemon, we got through that. Dicky, good. Let's see. I'm looking at OCEA today to waiting for a pullback right now. It's at 9. Sorry, 9. Got it. 9:35. LOL. Rabia. You know I'll read anything on this dang prompter. Goodness gracious. C-Ray. Good morning, C-Ray. Good to see you, brother. C-Ray wants to know about TRKA, and then we need to make sure. We'll bring up TRKA. That's no big deal. TRKA on this right-hand side. Happy to do it for you, brother. Good morning. Good morning. And take a little sip of coffee and zoom out here on the hourly. Okay, so TRKA is playing out exactly how a small cap would play out. We get these big run-ups, it pushes up into liquidity, we get a blow off top, and then it sells off hard, and then we get a little pop back into that resistance, and it sells off again. So as of right now for TRKA, it does look like it wants to defend this, this 30-cent area, but it's going to take a lot of time to tell. It ran all the way back down to where it started its little run up here. So this could be a number 5 dip buy scenario, but I am not going to put my money on that, okay? Because that's not my trade. It's not the way I play. But if that's the way you play, this could be the early run up, the area where the early run up is. But, with the overall everything going on in the market right now, I would just be really careful playing with fire. And we know that TRKA is fire because it's got a very small float. I think it's 50,000. I think I've looked that one up enough where I can tell. So let me 1 second. And I just need to make sure that we're all caught up on this. And we have payroll coming out in 1 minute, guys. So you need to just hold your pants on. 1 second, please, because this boy is trying to get trying to make sure we get the news in quickly, right? We want to be in here quickly. All right, here we go. Live trading room, dropping in without a microphone, and it is almost time, guys. Here we go. We're getting ready. We're getting ready. We got non-farm payroll coming out in 4 minutes. No, not 4 minutes. We're coming out sooner than that. We got 1 minute for non-farm payroll. All right, guys, be ready. Watch the market. I think I should probably exit this trade, and here we go. We're getting a bump up already. So did it come out? Let's see. Let me refresh. And bam, actual 311, so higher than anticipated. That should be a, let's see, a US dollar, supposed to bring up the US dollar. It looks like we're getting a positive reaction to the market. Let's take a peek. Now remember what we talked about, guys. Yes, that pop is getting sold off quick, guys, very quick. Remember the pop we talked about this morning? That might be the pop that was off that base that's going to get sold off into, but only time is going to tell. Give this a minute for the overall market to digest this. We got a pop higher, a sell off, and then it soaked right back up. This is very interesting right here in these areas. So keep that in mind, guys. We have an interesting time here. Why does it look like, okay, there we go. It just needs some time. It needs some time, guys. Let this come in. So let me read it to you. The unemployment rate was at 3.6%, which is a little higher than the forecasted 3.4%, which is good for the overall market in a sense. Now, it wasn't crazy, blew it out of the water, didn't expect it anyway. They didn't expect anything crazy, but remember we had a higher than anticipated forecast for the payroll, the non-farm payroll data. And the non-farm payroll measures the change in the number of people employed. So a higher number is going to bring the US dollar up, and if the US dollar comes up, then it should bring equities down. But we're not seeing that right here. What are we seeing? We are seeing a push up in the market, but remember that push up might be met with some resistance. So be very, very careful out there, guys, taking this data and ingesting it how you will. So it can mean different to two different people, but it all really matters on how the market reacts to this. So we're getting a nice bump up here off the base. So we're going to see if this is really what the market, how the market wants to be in this situation. So it's looking really, really good right now. I really, really like the way this is popping off this area. Let me run through the indices, guys, because it looks like we're running right back up into that resistance now. So if you are if you are seeing this real time, you'll see we are getting a humongous push off that base, guys. Humongous push. You've seen it here first on LoFiTrader, where we follow all the data, all the news. We try to bring it to you here first. We had a 1.38%. Reminding you, 1.3% is the daily move, the average daily move in the market. We just got that with the drop of this news. You've seen that move right here, guys. And what happened? It pushed up, and now we are getting some selling off. Can it hold on this sell off here? So we're getting that pop right into its supply. I told you guys, we went over this morning. That's why we do it here for pre-market prep. We looked at everything and we said things are squatting down on their basis. We are expecting a pop and then a drop. Now we are getting that pop in the pre-market. Are we going to see that drop, or can the market hold? Can it chalk up those bull horns and head on higher? That's what we want to see. So guys, I'll just put this information right here in front of you. I get my free information just so you can do everything on your own. I'm going to show you how to be self-sufficient if you want to be. If you don't want to be, you show up. I'm here for you anyway, guys. We can do this together as a team. You can let me know, remind me of stocks, remind me of the non-farm payrolls, and let me know what they are when they come out, as well as I do for you. So today, February 3rd, wrong again. Let me back out of here. I clicked on the wrong one. We'll go back. I'll just show you how I do it. Go to investing, the economic calendar right here. It brings up today's. Right here at 8:30, non-farm payrolls came out 311. It was higher than the forecasted at 205. Okay, and we have a 3.6% right here, guys. 3.6% actual forecast of the unemployment rate for February. Okay, the forecast was a little bit lower, so it didn't do anything crazy. Like if all of a sudden we had a huge ramp in unemployment, your sound is a little off. Well, I got a new microphone, Stu Klott. Does this sound better or worse than what it was? You guys let me know. Does this microphone sound better or worse? I need to turn up the microphone? Does it sound, just let me know. Let me know what you guys think, because that's what this is here for. I'm here for you guys. I'm here for you. I want to make sure you have the best quality sound and everything is A-okay on your end. So let me know what you guys think. How's the sound doing? Now we are looking like we're holding that area. Beautiful hold there. You love to see it, guys. We want to see it hold in the market, but remember, if we run through the indices, guys, let me run through the indices. Let's see. It's worse? Oh no, that's not good. It is worse. Okay, so it would take me a little while to switch my microphone back. Maybe it's set up too loud. Yeah, I can try and turn it down. How's this, guys? Is this a little bit better? That way I'm not peaking. Let's try that. How does that sound? Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Yeah, let me know how that sounds, guys. And I really appreciate you bringing that up, Stu Clot, because I really want to make sure everything sounds the best for you guys. Now, I did do my due diligence. I did do a little side recording for you. So I could hear it, so I could hear what it sounded like, and I did. I liked it. I thought it was good. No, not any better? All right. Well, no, not better, too quiet. Okay, well, do you think that this is acceptable for the day, or should I take 5 minutes to try and switch my setup back? What do you think? Vote on it now. Should I switch my mic back, or is this okay for the day? I can't hear what you hear, so I need to know. Turn it back up. Okay, so I've turned it back up now. Now we're back up, not all the way, but we're back up so we can hear it at least a little better. Let me know, guys. I need to know. I need to know. If I need to switch it, then I will switch it. Let me know if I should. Either way, I'm going to try and keep on carrying on and waiting for that information from you to come in. So we are looking at the SPY. We've seen a big wick off on the bottom here, and it looks like it wants to hold for a few, but I think we need a little bit more time. So if we zoom in on the 5 minute, let's see what's going on here. Pushing right back up into this resistance area. We're gonna see, let me zoom back out here. Let's see, no, turn it up and run it. Okay, I like that answer. We're turned up. It's okay, New Vision says. Thank you guys, I appreciate that feedback. I need that feedback. Turn it up a bit louder and keep it for today. Okay, and then, you know, I'll look into that. Maybe I gotta get a better mic, or I'll just switch back to the snowball. Either way, we're trying to do our absolute best for you guys to bring up the, the best quality that we can. So if this isn't better quality, that's A-okay. We'll go back to what we had, and then I will figure out what needs to be done to have best quality. Good, I'm glad that we are all on the same page there. If this is up enough for you, let me know. If it should be up more, let me know if I should turn it up more, and I can figure that out just as quick. So we had non-farm payroll come out, and we had unemployment come out. We know the actual was higher than the forecast for the non-farm payroll, which is not so good for our equities, because that means more people are being employed and there are not nearly as many people being unemployed, which means there is still plenty of market to keep on going higher. And the USD goes higher, that means our equities should go lower, but sometimes the market likes to take the news how it wants to take the news. If it's already priced in all of this, if it's already priced in, we might see a nice little bounce to get a little higher. But just remember, guys, this bounce is right into that 200-day moving average. So we need to be careful. Let's run through these indices, and then we will go back and look at our OCEA, our LUNR, our Toro, anything like that. So yeah, if we look at OCEA, we can see it's fallen. I mean, I'm expecting this 8 to shape up down here, guys. And if it doesn't, that's okay too. If I ever play these, it's so super small, it could go to 0 and I'll lose $200, because these things will rip your face off. But if you use proper risk management on these, you can really make some money. So IWM's getting that pop as well. IWM is popping off the 200. And not high, not taking, nothing's gaining back anything it lost yesterday. But let's take a look at Netflix and see how it wanted to take that, because if you think about Netflix in a sense, and I wish I would have said it before I opened this up, but if you think about Netflix in a sense, if more people are working, less people are going to be watching Netflix. You know what I mean? Like, just a thought out there. So we are getting a nice little pop here in Microsoft. As we talked about, it's sitting right there on its supply. It came down into its supply, dipped its toe, and said, woo, that water's cold. It bounced right up here into 255, and it's starting to sell back off. Amazidian, we know that this pooper scooper of a stock actually broke its supply area and started to head lower. Now, on these pops, right back up into supply. Meta, same thing. It looks like we get a little dip of the toe into the water, into an area of not much support. Our support for this area is back here at 178. So 178, it's got a little ways to go. But this here, guys, we had this little dip, a little pop right into some resistance up here, and it looks like it's selling off. So let's see how NVDA held up. So we know NVIDIA is stronger than most of these other stocks. It's been a leader in the chip sector. It's also been a leader in the tech, really, overall. So NVIDIA looks like it had a nice little pop. It didn't sell off too much, held these lows at 232, had a nice little pop. Now, compared to the rest of the market, it wasn't anything crazy, but NVIDIA is still holding the majority, almost the majority of all of its gains from its, from its gap up, from its earnings. It's held all those gains and hasn't even came back down here to that 230 to test. So NVIDIA is looking the strongest out of all of them. Let's take a look at Tesla. Ooh, good old Uncle Tesla. So Uncle Tesla came all the way back down here as Rabi and I, we watch this thing religiously every single day. We were talking about how up here, if it broke this area, that we were probably going to come down here and test 175. That's what we got, guys. It came right down, touched 175, bounced up into resistance, right back into that area. I said, if we break this area, that area now was support, breaks through, now it's resistance, it pops back up, and it sells off very, very hard yesterday. That was a big bleed out for Tesla yesterday, and now we get a pop back up into that 176, which should be resistance. So we're seeing some resistance across the board. There's a few outliers that aren't seeing that resistance, but Apple, same thing, broke its support, bounced up into resistance. So what I'm seeing here, guys, is there's a lot of things in resistance. Now, anything can happen. Let me point that out first. Anything can happen in this market, okay? Absolutely anything. But when I look across the board, I'm seeing a lot of areas of resistance, so be careful on your longs. I'll be looking for shorts. Obviously, I'm already in a short. I'm in Meta. This might be a bad idea, guys. It says I'm down 30 bucks or 40 bucks, but you got to understand, this is the last quarter of my 100 shares. Okay, I had 100 shares of this, and I was holding this for most of the day, on and off. And so that I wanted to let this last 25 shares really play out. So right now, I'm break even on this trade if I were to get out right now. But I look at this thing and I say, hey, everything's running into resistance. I'm going to hold on to my short. We're going to wait for market open and see what happens. If this thing wants to take off and head on higher, I'll probably exit my position fairly quick. But I like this resistance here, and I've ingested the data how I wanted to. So those aren't buy or sell recommendations. That's just how I'm doing things. So yeah, keep it. Watch the replay later so you can hear the difference. Guys, I hope it's not garbage. I really don't. I really hope it's enjoyable, and I hope you like to listen. So if I need to make that switch, let me know. All right, let's see what else we got going on here, guys. So I want to go over some of these lower float. Let's take a look at UNCY. So we talked about UNCY yesterday, and we talked about using this $1.90. I think I kept saying $1.88 because I think that's right where that landed. Yeah, $1.88, but I kept saying $2. So this $1.50 to $2 area, this liquidity, I drew the liquidity out here for you guys. I can even bring it over here a little bit more for you. So I was talking about this area here, if we could see support and it bounce a couple of times to show us that it's testing, because we're way too extended to really be playing this thing. So I just pointed it out on UNCY, but I did not expect this thing to take off, guys. I did expect it to kind of pop up here and bounce, but I didn't expect it to take off to 244. So we're going to see what it wants to do up there. I can't trust any stock it's that far extended. But I drew this line out here at $1.19. It came back and tested, bounced up, rebroke in this area, reclaimed this area, and then is heading higher. So we want to see UNCY come back down here, trade in this area for a little bit, create a level of liquidity before breaking higher to the north side, so we can find a trade. So that's looking decent. Let's take a look at, I'm going to run through all my small cap stocks. All right. I'm going to run through all the small cap stocks. And if I'm looking at something that you don't want to see, let me know what you want to see. I can be your voice. I can go over and analyze and commentate on whatever stock you want. And if you guys have any questions, just leave them in the comment section. I will come right back to them. All right, so we got GNS. So I got a boy who's in GNS. You know what that's all about. GNS, ladies and gentlemen, is a long time short for my boy Heiser. He got up way up here in the 6s, and he's been holding ever since. He doesn't let these little pops scare him out. He knows how these small caps work. They pop right back up into these resistance areas, and they continue selling off. So GNS is looking great. Awesome job, Heiser. I hope you can make it here this morning. LLAP. So we watched LLAP. You guys look at this. You know, I draw these lines out when we first see the pop. I draw these lines out off of tops and off of liquidity areas, and then we watch these things fail. If you look, I'm going to leave a lot of these small cap tickers up on this list so we can review, because you're a loser unless you're learning, ladies and gentlemen. You are a loser unless you're learning. So we learn from all of these. Even though I didn't play any of these, if we want to have a better understanding of how small cap stocks work, then we go through these, and we will go through these religiously. So REVE, look at all these pops on the daily. All these pops get sold off. Those are pump and dump stocks, guys. They're getting pumped and they're getting dumped on, and people are falling for it, or they wouldn't be doing it. CDIO, okay? CDIO, we were following this for a little while. We watched it come off this base. We drew our levels of liquidity out on the hourly so we could see where we could take risk, where we could take reward, and we could see where things were. So, as you can see, CDIO finally found a top and is starting to head on lower. ONCS. I believe Amiri was in ONCS at one time. He was in this thing, I believe, somewhere around the 240 area. Excuse me, guys. That's good coffee. That is some good coffee. So popped up into this 240 area, but we drew these levels, these lines out, and when it broke this area of support, it popped right back up into this area and then sold off hard. So you'll see a lot of these low floats do that. They'll have a big run up, they'll break through an area of resistance, and then they'll pop up to sell off the rest of the way, okay? So keep that in mind, guys. When we're looking through these, you're gonna see a lot of it, so make sure you play your plays accordingly, okay? OCEA now at 856, considering making an entry now. I think I will just a little bit to see if it stabilizes. So Rabia is loving that OCEA right here in this area. Let me take a little peeky gander and we'll go back to what I was doing. Yeah, I like this $8 area. I mean, I would rather wait for like a morning panic, you know, a big quick sell-off into 8 or something. Because if you buy in these areas, you could get panic one way or another. Now, this was a nice sell-off, but remember, Rabia, we are in pre-market. Okay, remember, we are in pre-market. There's not a lot of price action in pre-market and not a lot of respect for price action in pre-market. So be careful with that, but I am rooting for you. Make sure you know your risk. XPON, we talked about XPOMA, 3.3 million float. So we know this is a low float, low float, rip your face off stock, guys. So we need to be careful. Now, you hear me say it all the time because I've already seen some of us, and I see it in the chats all the time. I see it everywhere, and I don't want to see it here. We got to use our risk, guys. That's why I say be careful. That's why I bring up these low floats, because you can make money, but you can lose it too. So make sure you're on the right side of the trade and you know what you're risking. XELA. So XELA, look, same framework, guys. We have this resistance up here. I drew this out for you when we first started seeing this thing pop. Look what happens. Runs right into its area of resistance at 85 cents, sells off hard, breaking its support, okay, this area of support that I drew, this gray matter, if you will, and it popped back up into that gray matter, and look, it wicks right back off, pops back up into another area of resistance, breaks right back down. So you guys can see that we have the same patterns, TRKA, even the same pattern on TRKA. We have a huge liquidity push. We break through this supply area and then we sell off hard. It gets all of these people that were excited about this trade trapped right here, and then it sells off hard. So looking absolutely the same as BVS. Looks like BVS pushed up high, sold off, came back up in its resistance area, sold off, did it a second time, and now is heading lower. VLON, you guys remember VLON? Same thing. Look at this, guys. Big push higher, big sell off, back up into its resistance, sells off, back up to its next daily resistance, sells off. Okay, these small caps are predictable. So when you're looking at OCEA, remember, we are pushing up higher, but we have this level of resistance. So if you're gonna play in a level down here and you're gonna use 8 as a risk, then you need to understand that 12, you need to take some money off at 12. and these aren't buy or sell recommendations, I'm just talking out loud. Just a big head, big chin right here, trying to keep people safe. Why do I say that if you were in this, that you should take profits when it comes up here? It's because I'm looking at this liquidity on the daily. Look at the bottom right screen, guys. It's obvious there is liquidity here, and I use the VWAP level because it is the volume weighted average price, meaning it takes all of this day, the whole day here, and it calculates it, and it says right here is the average area that people are holding the bag. Okay, so if you pay attention to that, we're probably going to see another push up into that area. We'll probably see some stutter stepping and some sell off, but if it shapes up, that could head even higher. So I like to hold a little piece for the dream. So if you're in it to win it, make sure you are taking profit and you know your risk. Good morning, Ginger. Good morning, Mama. Mama's here, ladies and gentlemen. Mama, what do you think about the mic? We got some haters on this mic. I'm just kidding. We know you're not haters. We're trying to do our absolute best to see if this mic is better or worse. But yeah, I'm gonna have to listen to the audio quality to see. We wanna give you guys the best that we possibly can here. So cheers to you, Mama. I'm drinking that black coffee. I know you don't use sugar anymore, but hey, sometimes we need a little sugar in my life. All right. That was a good sip. Let's keep on keeping on. So we got BFRG. I got out of BFRG yesterday simply because I am, I don't like playing these. I think I'm done doing breakouts, guys. I'm still in one breakout, and we'll go through my trades here actually in just 1 second. But we need to make sure we go over LUNR as well as KAL, and we're almost to those. So let me run through these. Okay, same thing with Hub. Hub had a big push up higher. It broke down, and look where it landed, right into its resistance, and now selling off hard. Now this is a real stock, so I don't know why I have this down here. I need to put that on my real stock list. And we can take it off here. Oh, let's look at HPX. It's been a while, guys. Let's look at HPX. So HPX got all this craziness. Now, what's so crazy about this? You know, it pushes up, it breaks on down, and then it gets a push up right into what? If you've been listening, you already know. Right into its liquidity. HPX then fails back down. What a crazy stock to be in. BBAI, as you guys know, this was an AI stock going and running the same as our AI was. But AI did what? Oh, it popped up, it sold off, popped back up into its liquidity area, and then sold off so stinking hard. So we got to be careful with anything that you're watching. Don't believe in the story. Don't believe in the wind. You know, so let's see, OBSV, another sell-off. UNCY is the only thing that's really holding up. That looks nice, so we're gonna bring that down to the base. So JSPR, I don't even want to talk about. Piece of crap. Took probably 30 bucks of mine on the course of like 4 weeks. Which isn't much, you know, that's why we like our losers are small and our winners are big. VRAX breaking down some kind of hard. We talked about that yesterday. If it couldn't hold that dollar, then watch out below, and that's exactly what's happened. Now BLPH, just as my boy B Stewie brought up, we finally made it to it. So BLPH, I was telling you guys yesterday, you know, I wanted to see different levels hold. Well, this is not looking like it's trying to hold, but it's not looking the strongest here. So we're gonna need more time. If this can hold up on this $6 area like we talked about yesterday, this 9 million float might have room to head to the north side. So we need more time on BLPH, but between BLPH, UNCY, and OCEA, those are gonna be my top watches, but let's get through the rest of these because FRTX was a beautiful short. Mikey was watching this one yesterday. Wow, what a beautiful short that was. Popped just up above its area and then sold off some kind of hard, guys. ENTX, somebody brought ENTX up. So remember, this is just a pop and dump, you know, one of those stocks, but it is holding this $1.13 area. So if it can hold this $1.13 area, that might be a nice risk for somebody who wants to take that play. But you need to keep in mind that this has been getting sold off all the time. Anytime it gives a pop, it sells off. So I wouldn't, don't put all your chickens in one basket. And these aren't buy or sell recommendations either, guys. You need to do your due diligence. Don't sue me, bro. Guys, I'm Dave. This is LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. What am I doing? Well, I'm doing stock market analysis. I'm doing commentary. And of course, I bring you live trades, guys. Live trades so you can learn from me or I can learn from you. But we're trying to grow this community. So if you love it, if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that like, hit that subscribe, guys. I'm not going nowhere. I'm not going nowhere. And we have an awesome day. Jobless farm payrolls just came out this morning. We've seen some interesting news, and we need to see how the overall market is holding up. But first, what we need to do is look and see how my trades are doing. So it looks like we have a beautiful push to the north side. Let's see if this thing can hold. So we have a push to the north side on the SPY. Let's take a look at my trade CLMT, just trading sideways. Actually, this one here, I need to make sure it's the one I think it is, because I think we're down $3 on this thing. Oh, I did get out of this trade. Okay, so we're out of this trade. Oh no, we're in this trade. We're in this trade, and we're down about $3 on this trade. We were just kind of holding for a cup and handle here, guys. So if this thing goes any lower today, if it can't hold these that pullback, then I'll be out of it. Now, CRUS, I'm down about $8 on this thing. I'm risking a total of $15. Okay, I'm risking a total of $15. I want to see what it looks like on this 30-day, because a lot of people like to buy up on that 30-day. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see how this thing wants to play out, but I'm going to go ahead and put my 4 shares down here at the base, and we will make sure it is good till close. All right, so that stop loss is in. Why do we use stop losses? Because I definitely will not settle for large losses, guys. Do not settle for large losses. I take small losses and I have large gains. And you can see it on my charts. I'm transparent with everything, guys. So ALGM has this pullback. I'm gonna wait here on this pullback. We are gonna play the 10-day moving average. We're down to 10 shares. If you guys remember, we got this beautiful pop right up into its resistance. I took off half my shares. We made $50 in that area. Now we're holding this last 10 shares from right here at 94.95, okay, and this thing has pulled back to 95. So we've lost about $10 so far on this trade, so we're still up 40 on the trade. I can afford to hold on to this for that 10-day moving average, because that is what I want to risk. I like this trade still. I like ALGM being stronger in the market. So if the overall market, if we get that pop and we don't get that sell-off, or if we do get that sell-off and we get it to hold and head higher, then ALGM is going to definitely be one that I'm going to want to continue to hold on to. Okay, guys, so that is just a little insight onto some of my trades. I do have SERA as well. This is the last breakout I probably will be playing. So hopefully, and I say that respectfully, hopefully this thing will continue to the north side. If this thing wants to head higher and keep on heading higher, I'm going to be hands off until it closes below that 10-day moving average. So I have my stop there at that 10-day moving average. So if it wants to break down and head lower, it's going to stop me out for a break-even trade, okay? But for now, I'm in it to win it. I do like the way it's shaping up. It's very tight on this bullish pennant, and it's still holding that 10-day moving average, getting soaked up even on horrible days. It's still getting soaked up to try and head higher. So I'm watching SERA, but I'm not very hopeful for that trade. So we got Meta is my last trade, and as you guys can see, I'm down about $35 for the day. You got to understand that this trade here, I'm not going to just let go of very easily, just because I'm expecting a pullback in the market. Now that's just my idea. I'm a bear with bull horns. I want to see everything shoot to the north side, guys. I would love to see it shoot to the north side, but we have to understand that I'm expecting a pullback. Why? Because we are into resistance now. After a big play like that yesterday and a big sell-off, a pop and a drop could be formidable. So I probably won't be holding on to the stock much longer than this. I'm going to want to see that sell-off in this area. If it does not, well, A-okay. I cut my losses and I will take this last piece for a break-even trade. So remember, guys, I've been into this. I've had 100 shares. I've been holding, and I've been exiting the position all the way down. Now we get a big pop-up like this. This should scare us out. This should scare all the newbies out, right? This should go, oh man, we better exit our shorts. It looks like the market's doing amazing. Well, I've been fooled enough in the market, guys, to know that I'm not going to exit right away. That's why I held this piece. That's why I'm gonna continue to hold. But if it gets any up higher than this area, well, then I'm going to get a little squeamish and I'm probably going to want to take off. So with the overall market, with the overall pop, I'm not too excited for it. Now I want it to happen. I do. I'd love to see it happen. I'd love to see this thing higher. But Mama says, you don't need sugar. You've already, the sweet, oh my gosh. Carly, my mom says hello. Well, if she's listening, she'll hear you. But I'm not going to yell at her. If I have to yell, probably something wrong with my leg here. And she's going to come running in like, what happened? No, but speaking of which, guys, everything's going A-okay. You know, I'm stretching. Knees doing better. Happy with it. Happy and content. I can walk around. I can carry my boy around. But hey, SI just popped up on the gap up scanners. Let's take a look at SI. So a lot of people were talking about Silvergate. So I did a little looking into it. And man, it seems like there is just a ton of media out there talking about Silvergate, trying to get everybody like excited for this stock. The second I looked at it, somebody brought it up to me, and the second I looked at it, I was just like, why would anybody want to trade this thing? And so the only thing I could think of is, well, maybe they're trying to play a panic. Maybe they're trying to trade this panic here and buy up on a panic buy, but it just still doesn't make any sense to try and buy a stock that anytime it pumps, it dumps, you know, and then it dumps super hard. So if we expect it to get pumped and inflated, we just know it's going to dump again. So why would you go long? Just wait for the short. So that's kind of the thoughts when I look at Silvergate. But now I could be completely wrong. We're getting another pop here, and this thing might trade sideways, gain some traction, and head on higher. But from everything that I've learned from the way these things move, is it's just going to sell off again, and it looks like that's what we're getting. So guys, just be really careful out there in the market. Be careful what you read. I'll tell you an excerpt from what my old Granny Ranny says, and I've lived by this most of my life. First of all, surround yourself with who you want to be. Okay, so I want to be a trader. I surround myself with like-minded traders. Okay, and you can see there's actually quite a few of them watching me now. You know, they have touched my heart, so now I'm trying to spread that same love, right? And the other thing is only believe half of what you hear. I'm sorry, nothing what you hear, and only half of what you see. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, for me, that means if I read a story about some awesome stock, I'm not going to believe it. I'm not going to believe it at all. I'm not going to pay any attention. What am I going to look at? I'm going to look at the data that the technical analysis brings me. So then I'm looking at it, and I'm only going to believe half of what I see. So then what do? Well, we base our fundamentals on risk reward, guys. So if you only want to believe anything, nothing, cancel all the noise out. Don't listen to other stock traders that tell you buy this stock, because anybody telling you to buy a stock, they don't know for sure. They don't know for sure. If anything, they're buying a stock, and what they're doing is they're recruiting, right? They're buying and then they're recruiting. So don't just buy anything because you read it. You know, what you need to do is look at the technical data. Tell what does that see? And then even when you see that technical data, only believe half of what you're seeing. The other half that you need to use is risk reward, okay? So that's what I'm trying to practice. That's what I'm trying to preach, baby. And if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that like, hit that subscribe, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday. Should we take a poll? We're going to take a poll. We're going to take a poll. Is this mic better or worse than... Nah, let's not do that. Let's keep it stock related. What do you guys think? OCEA, hold, where is it right now? Let's see where OCEA is. Okay, let's see. Well, we're going to ask, will OCEA hold $8? Will OCEA hold $8? And then we'll do, yeah, for sure. Nah, no way. All right, there we go. Poll's up, guys. And if you want to take a look at that poll, we have a question about OCEA, because it's looking like it wants to hold up, but we're not 100% sure. So what I'm going to just show you on my side, my business here, go ahead and make sure you're live. Hit that live button right here. Just smack that live button, so make sure you are up to date. And if you scroll down here, you can go ahead and click, you can just vote on your favorite poll right here. And while you're down here, smash that like button. It's right here. You hit that smash, you can see the number go up. I love to see it if you love to see it. And guys, one thing I do want to point out is we are at 295 subscribers. 295. That is an awesome and epic feat. And that's only because of you, because each and every one of you keep showing up and you keep showing me that you love it, and I love to see it. So thank you for being an awesome community. If you want to be a part of this community, hit that subscribe button, guys, because just to put it plain and simple, we want to get to 300 today. We want to get to 300 today. Can we do 300 on a Friday? I sure hope that we possibly can. I would love to see 300. That is an epic feat in YouTube. So we are going to see, will OCEA hold this $8 area today, or will it break down? And also in the meantime, let me take a look. We got a new subscriber, Oral Goodwin. Oral Goodwin, thank you so much for subscribing. I don't know if you're in here with us right now, but we do appreciate your support. So thank you very much, guys. And if you want to help, just hit that subscribe. I will never, ever ask of you of anything except for that. 3 things, actually. Like, subscribe, and be here for pre-market prep. If you're here for pre-market prep right now, kudos to you, because you are here to do your due diligence to help understand what's going on in the market. So 3 things: like, subscribe, and be here for pre-market prep. All right, spiel's over. We can get back to work, baby. So the SPY looks like it's trying to hold that VWAP area. Can it? Will it? Only time is going to tell, but I think we'll know if it holds this VWAP area or not before market open. So OCEA still looking pretty good, trying to hold that 885 area, which is the breakout area on OCEA. So that's a nice little area. I know we got our Rabia, I believe, no, not Rabia, we got Amire in there, and also I think Rabia's in it too. She's considering taking an entry, and you know, I like to wait for market open, but you know, I don't play these very much. I don't play these low floats very much. I will play them on stream, like you see me play OCEA yesterday. Where did I take it? I took it right here on this $8 area, and when we got this little pop, I got out for $6. Yeah, of course, if I would have held on to this, I would have been up probably 100, but that's nor here nor there. We don't like to do shoulda, woulda, couldas. But look who's in the building. We got John Shields, baby. Yes, sir. We are here in the house. Yes, sir, John Shields. It's always good to see you. And I love that you're hitting that like button when I post in that Facebook. It's good to see that Facebook support, guys. It's always good to see that. And if you guys don't know, there's 2 Facebook groups that I love to give a shout out to, and that is U.S. Stock Market Traders. Those guys over there are absolutely awesome. They are called U.S. Stock Traders. That's where you can find them on Facebook. They let me advertise. They let me chat up in their chat, and we're trying to make their chat awesome in there. So, John, thank you for being a part of that. We also have Robinhood's Stock Market Watch List I'm a part of on Facebook, and they let me post. They let me do my live streams, and I also do a show there on Sundays. So if you guys want to, you can join them. It takes a little while for the admins to get around to everybody, but just know that that's A-okay. You can still be a part of it anyway. So big shout out to Robinhood Stock Market Watch List, and of course your US Stock Traders on Facebook. So thank you very much, guys. Now we will get right back into it as the SPY trying to soak up that biggity base on the VWAP. So let's take a look at my boy Meta. So it looks like Meta is still hanging around that VWAP area. So what I'm going to do is leave Meta. No, we're going to leave OCEA up over here, because that is going to be way more interesting to see if it wants to hold that area. And then I'm going to go through the indices on the top left here. How does that sound? Good? Good. So indices 300 for the NFLX, Netflix at 299 right now, testing that $300 area. We're going to see what that wants to do. Let's see, Microsoft. Let me zoom out on the hourly to get a better understanding of what is being digested. So Microsoft had that breakdown, had that push up, and now is trading at 253.25. It looks like it's just lower than its previous high. Amazon pulling back from that push up after it dipped its toe in the water. AMZN now down to 93.04, still in that supply area. Will it reclaim here, or will it start heading back to the sell side? And Meta, as you guys know, I am in Meta. We are down. Well, you can't really say we're down because we're up for the overall trade, but this last 25 for the day, I've given back, let's put it that way, I have given back about $30 of this trade. But as you know, I'm just going to hold on to this thing for market open to see where it wants to go. If this thing wants to smack me up and knock me out, that's A-okay. But I've already made my money on this trade on the overall long run. So I like where it sits, but it looks like it's running into resistance. We will see what Meta wants to bring us for the day. NVDA. Now, NVDA had that nice little pop right into its resistance area and is trading now at 235.55. It's looking overall healthy, trading in its area of support, but running up to the top of it and then getting smacked down, now trading at 235.55. Time is going to be needed for NVIDIA. Rabia says she's waiting on her entry point. I like to hear that, Rabia. Waiting is usually the best thing to do. Remember, waiting, guys, no trade is a trade. You don't always have to be trading. No trade sometimes is a trade, so keep that in mind. So Tesla looks like it's still wicking off the top, running right into that resistance. This might be another short area for Tesla, but I could be completely wrong. This thing might soak right up in this 175 area and take off like a rocket to the northwest side. Yeah, thank you, John. Smash that like button, baby. Rebia waiting for my entry point. And B Stewie says AZUL, so we will definitely take a look at AZUL. Let me go over Apple and Google and then look at the dollar really quick. So Apple, just like we were talking about, big sell-off here and then a big push up to that 151, which is its now resistance area that it broke through yesterday. Google, can I be a fanboy for Google? No, it's just trading in the middle here, guys. We're gonna see what Google wants to do. It's gonna push back up here, maybe sell back off and find some support at 90, maybe head lower. I don't really know, but I'm gonna be here to commentate on it. That's for gosh darn sure. Let's see how my snap is doing. Aw, snap. All right, and the dollar. So it looks like we're, that's nice. The dollar's starting to fail here. On the hourly, it's on a constant uptrend though. So, you know, we don't want to get too excited over all of this, but, you know, we are getting a pullback in the dollar, which will be good for the overall market in a sense, because if the dollar goes down, the market should go up. In that same sense though, if we look, the dollar's falling as the market's just kind of teetering. So we will keep an eye, but keep in mind too, the VIX is trading at 22, which anything above that 19 area can get pretty volatile, or it has the potential to get even more volatile. So let's take a look at AZUL, ladies and gentlemen. AZUL had a beautiful gap up on earnings, guys. Look at this big gap up here. I don't know if the 5-minute range would have played out how we would want, but we can tell that AZUL, huge gap up, huge runner, now trading into its 200-day moving average. But keep in mind, guys, this AZUL looks like it has been downtrending ever since its inception, or at least we can say after this huge drop off, it has never came back from 2020. Now, we have a huge bout of liquidity in this area. So if AZUL wants to act like a real company, wants to actually show us some real feats of healthiness, then what we're going to want to see is this thing trade sideways somewhere to show us good base, good risk reward. But as of right now, I can't stand behind AZUL because it's just going straight up. There's no risk reward here. So I don't see a trade, but I see a stock. So thank you for that. Thank you for AZUL. We'll definitely come back to that and see what it wants to do. So let me just bring back up. I want to go through my trades again really quick. And we need to see, do we have any gap up scanners today? Anything on the gap up scanner? So let's take a look. So I got an earnings scanner here, and we got NTEM, which is still up 29% of its gains. Let's zoom out here and see where we are looking. So it's just giving back all these gains that it had. Let's see. It's up still 33%, which is pretty crazy. So that might be one to watch, but it's not really catching my eye. BNED looks like it's gapping up into some resistance right here and it's starting to sell off pretty hard. So not really a beat, nothing too crazy. BRDS, just not anything too crazy here. Let's see this one. So this one was nice. This one gapped up above its ranges here, way above its ranges. Now it's selling right back off into its top. I like this Heritage Global. I wonder what kind of company this is. Still holding 13% of its gains. So I need to put this right here. HGBL. Let me bring up and figure out what HGBL is by checking the float checker. So I do HGBL. If you guys are bored and you want to see something that I am not looking at, let me know, because I'm just going to do my due diligence on these stocks so I have a better idea at market open, because I might want to play a nice little earnings continuation on this. But I'm not seeing a ton of volume here on the 5-minute. It needs to really bring in some volume for me. We only have 200,000 shares traded on a 27 million float. So HGBL, if it can really get some volume, it might be a decent trade for an earnings gap up, only because it's traded, or it is trading at 285, which is at its top. So if it can hold here, HGBL can actually hold at this top, show some liquidity coming in. This actually might be a nice little risk reward area right here, but it needs to get above this come back and test, trade on top of it. This you know, it could be a trade, but I'm gonna need some time. I'm definitely need some time to tell on that one. SSYS, let's see. So that thing's trading up in its highs, but it's got a lot of resistance just above it. I'm not gonna mess with that stock. Let's take a look at phase. Yuck, that thing looks like a nasty barcode. Let me zoom out here on the 5-minute. Yeah, I can't get behind that crap. So I'm not gonna really look at any earnings gap ups, but we'll keep an eye on HGBL to see if it wants to bring in some volume for us and show us some, you know, show us a tasty trade. You know, I'd like to see a little spicy trade here today. You know, if not, the overall indices will be a-okay to kind of go over. You guys know I like to trade these bigger caps. I just take a, you know, bigger share size. And right now, guys, we're getting a pullback in the SPY, 391.10. We're still, we're right at where the day closed yesterday. So we're at break even on where the day closed yesterday on the SPY. So is this going to be its area where it's going to shape up now that we got a pullback, you know, push up into its resistance, pulling back? Is it going to shape up in this area? That would be nice for the bulls, but as a bear with bull horns, I see some swipe action coming on, but we need to be careful out there, guys. Don't just think, oh, what's up, squad? Happy Friday, 12 years fat. Dude, it's good to see you, brother. What are you watching? What are you thinking? Talk to me, baby. Good to see you, though. Let me know when you go for a smoke break. IWM. IWM is pulling down to 181.01, right back down to the 200-day moving average, giving back a lot of the non-farm payroll data push that we seen a little bit ago. So we got the Qs also getting that pop and pulling right back down to where the day had closed previous. So we're not just there yet, but we're getting close. And guys, we have 15 minutes till market open. So keep your eyes, keep your ears open, keep your mouths closed, because you don't want to be that mouth breather at work, right? Could you imagine you're that guy? Well, we all are that guy sometimes, right? AMZN, that pooper scooper, starting to soak up on the bottom. We're seeing some wicky wick offersons right here. And if we can manage to hold and keep wicking and keep pushing higher into the supply, that would be nice for Amazon. But hey, I'm cherry picking something nice to say about this market right now. But if we got to be a bear and we got to keep our bull horns on, we might put some like we'll put tennis balls on the top of our bull horns, and we will just be the bear with tennis balls on his bullhorn, swiping lower, baby. So Meta looks like it is giving back some of those gains. Let's take a look. We're down, looks like $16 on the day, or 28 maybe total. We've given a little back. But guys, remember, this is the last quarter of this trade. I'm holding on for the bigger expected move because I have such a hard time holding on for those bigger expected moves, because I love to pay myself, keep myself safe, and make that money. So if you guys want, we can go over the economic data one more time. We had the non-farm payroll come out at 8:30. It was 311,000. It was over the forecasted 205,000. And the previous, we had 504,000, meaning the jobs keep getting, we keep gaining more and more jobs. More and more people keep working. People are still finding that. And our unemployment rate is about the same as the forecast, only at 3.6%, where the forecast was at 3.4%. So it's a little bit better. The unemployment rate was a little bit higher, which should be better for equities, because we want to fight inflation, right? If we don't fight inflation, then inflation will keep on going higher, meaning the wages will keep going up, meaning people will keep making more money, and prices will just keep going higher and higher and higher. So if prices keep going higher and people keep getting paid more, it will never stop. So we need to use quantitative easing. We need to have unemployment. We need to have people not gaining so many jobs, so that way there's less money in the economy, so that way we can get our prices back down. That's just the way this works, guys. And if you don't understand it, it's okay, because we will go over the economic datas. We will go over how supply and resistance works. And you know, if there's anything that you want to talk about, or for me to go over more thoroughly, just let me know, guys, because I'm here for you. I'm your commentator. When I say commentator, I mean I'm just your average tater tot here speaking in front of you. Yes, Tater tots. You gotta love them. With a chin like this, how many can I hide in the chin? It's an amazing game that we play at the dinner table. Carly doesn't like it so much, but that's okay. You know, 30 is the answer. So let me know if you beat my record. Meta still pulling back. Well, NVDA also down to 234.50, looking absolutely scrumptious, as Tesla also giving us that pullback that we talked about in pre-market prep. Now, we are still in pre-market prep. We are seeing a lot of what we talked about prevail. We expected a pop, we expected a drop, and that's what we're seeing. Now, what can we expect from here on out? Well, only time will tell. We're gonna see what that market open wants to bring us. But we know our levels, we know what we're looking at, and we want to make some money, baby. So if you don't see what I'm looking at, well, open up your eyes. We're on YouTube, baby. Go ahead and hit that like, hit that subscribe, because I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, doing what I love and doing it with the most passion that you'll see out there. It doesn't matter what kind of day I had. These 4 hours are for you, and I'm willing to put on whatever I need to keep on carrying on in order to make a beautiful day, because it's a beautiful... Well, anyway, that's the song I listened to this morning. So let's take a look at OCEA. It does have a nice little pullback from that 12 area, but it never got up to that 12 area. So are we going to see another little push back up into that 12 area? That would be absolutely scrumptious if it would do that for us, but we cannot will it, we cannot fight it, we cannot hope it back up to the top. All we can do is use our risk management. Keep that in mind, find our risk, find our levels, and then try to make that Rari. So I'm going to tell you guys this, I do like this 8, I do like the way it's holding. So because I know a lot of you are watching it in the chat, I want to show you how to do this the right way. So if I am expecting a move to the 12 and I have an 8 down here and we have 9%, we could get a 9% move to the bottom and we could get 25 to the top. So that is a 2.5 to 1 risk reward. Okay. So and we'll just say 8 to 9 and 9 to 12. Okay. So 1 to 3 is probably the easiest way to say it. Okay. So when you look at this and I want to take this stock, what I'll do is I'll just buy at market open, because this is the way I'm going to explain this trade, using this risk at 8. Now this risk will be a hard stop at this 8. So do I really want to risk 8? Because if everybody's risking 8, it might punch through it like this. So I rather come down here a little bit further. We'll go to 791. All right. So if I buy the market right at the open, risking that 791, then what am I going to risk? Well, if that is roughly $1 from where it sits, then I can use $1 risk per share. So I will risk $5 on this. Okay, so I'm going to buy the market at open, and then after that opens, then right at market open, we'll come back here and I will go and put my stop right at 797. Okay, that's just how I'm going to do things. It's going to have to wait until market open for that to happen. So right at market open, I will set my risk, so that way you guys can see how I do it. What am I doing? I'm only risking $5, guys, $5 to try and earn $15. That is a 1 to 2.5 risk reward ratio. Okay, do the math. 5, 10, 15. That's 3. I could lose 5. I can make 15. That's 1 to 3 risk reward. That's how I go over things. First time buying shares, is there a minimum? Would you recommend where to start? There is a minimum. To buy a share, you have to buy 1 share. So the minimum in this case is $1.68 currently is what that price is saying. So if you wanted to buy a minimum, your minimum would be 1 share, and you would have to risk this base, and that base that you're risking is about 57 cents. Now we are getting a little pullback here in OCEA. So that's why I don't like playing pre-market, right? This thing might come right down to where my risk is, and then I would have a better risk in the morning. Or this thing might rip up, and if it does, I don't want to be a part of it in the morning unless I'm already in it. If it rips up, I'm expecting it to sell back off and come back down to my price. So we might get into this thing and get right back out, guys. This could be exactly how these trades play out. This could be the end of OCEA as we know it, because it tried to push up into 12 and got sold off here at 11. But I'm going to show you how to play this trade. So keep in mind, okay? We are actually reviewing it right now because I'm going to take this trade in front of you and I'm explaining how I play these low floats. okay? I like this $8 as my risk, and we're about to get morning open in 6 minutes. But for all you low float players, I want you to see how easily using a risk can be, okay? Now, I'm getting in very small share size because I don't want the P&L to be talked about. I don't want you guys thinking this has anything to do with P&L. That's why it's super low share size, okay? So I'm buying 5 shares. Wherever I get in, I'm risking just below this $8, around $7.92, because in case it wants to clear that 8 psychological area out. But if it can hold and head on higher, I want to take a piece out before 12, or at 12 is my area, okay? So that is simple as that, guys. I get in and I'm using my risk, and if it hits my risk, I'm out, and I'm not going to lose any more money than $5 on this trade, right? It's very, very simple, guys. And I'm very risk-minded. I'm risking 5 to make 15. That's a big deal because that's fractal. That's why this P&L doesn't matter, guys. It's fractal. What do I mean by fractal? Well, just add a 0 onto everything. If I'm risking 5 to make 15, then I'm risking 50 to make 150, 500, 1,500, okay? It's that simple, guys. If you know the risk reward, you know how that crap works, then you know how to make money. We can use our risk, and if it stops us out, we don't panic buy in. We don't do anything like that. You're gonna see it right here. It's raw, it's real, and right here, we got 4 minutes, 30 seconds, guys. 4 minutes, 30 seconds. I will be buying OCEA, but I will be risking that $8, okay? These aren't buy or sell recommendations. This is me taking a trade in front of you, okay? I'm taking a trade in front of you because I wanna show you how to actually take these really scary stocks. Okay, these are very scary stocks when I say that, because they can be scary if you don't have the knowledge to back what is going on. All right, so keep that in mind, guys. Be very careful. Joshi, good morning, Joshi. It's good to see you. And man, I'm loving all these names in here, guys. They're not all boring like mine, like Dave and Mike, you know. We got, you know, Rabia, we got El Smokio Grande, we got B Stewie, we got Joshi, we got Rabia, you know, we get a little bit of everybody. So it's this is cheers to you. We got market open. It's going to be starting in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So I hope you guys are all here ready to kick some booty, because I know I am. Well, let's see where I gotta see where Meta. We'll bring OCE. Oh no, we'll leave OCE at the top right. We're gonna bring up Meta here to see how bad I'm doing on Meta. Let's take a peek. Oh, look at that. Meta's all the way back down to where I was. So, you know, guys, we've seen that pop, we've seen that drop, and if you were here for pre-market prep, you knew I called all of that out very thoroughly. So I'm patting myself on the back, guys. Had a bad day yesterday, so I'm giving myself a pat on the back. Not a bad day in P&L. Just it's hard to be a dad sometimes, right? So I'm giving myself some pats on the back here. I'm telling myself, you're a good guy, everything's A-okay, right? And we're getting this push up, and it made me a little nervous, so I'm happy to see this technical analysis, and what I'm saying is playing out right. So we got 2 minutes, 44 seconds, guys. I hope you love it. I hope you like it. And if you like it and you love it, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, guys. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12, bringing you the most passionate, most loving and caring commentary you could possibly see on YouTube. Trust me, I scoured the whole YouTube scenario, and nobody is doing it like we are doing it here. I gave you the job claims data right after it came out. We knew that we were going to see some volatility in the market. We got that pop, we got that drop. Now what is to come, baby? Just watch out, because LoFiTrader's here to commentate on it. We're gonna even take some live trades in front of you. Right here, we got OCEA up. Yes, we advertised this on the sticky. That is why I am going to trade it, okay? And now, I might be in and I might be out very quick, but that is A-okay. Sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, that is part of trading. So, if that is what's gonna happen, that is what it will be. My risk, wherever I get in, will be morning open, but I will be risking just below this $8 area, because that, I feel, is the strongest area that this stock has shown. So we have 1 minute and 39 seconds. Guys, I hope you're ready. Let me take a quick sip, Shawana, because you know these mornings can get crazy. If I get quiet, is because I am managing trades and I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. Joshi's throwing those ins and outs and what's he's going to do. I love to read it, because we can always look back and see what we can learn from it. 1 more minute. I need a sip. You know what? Let me pour some coffee here, guys, because it's still warm. It's still hot. It's ready to rock. Daddy needs some loving today. Yeah, I call myself daddy, but I'm a dad. I'm allowed to, okay? Deal with it. Deal with it. So Let's hope Meta doesn't linger around, because we want to see this thing fall to the ground. Only time is going to tell. But ladies, I got the bell out. You know we're ready to rock. We brought you the non-farm payroll data. We brought you the unemployment rate this morning. We talked about the pop. We were a part of that drop. And baby, here we go. We only got 42 seconds. I hope you guys are ready and willing to do this, baby, because I love my job. This job is absolutely amazing. It looks like we have a comment from Amiri saying, you think it will come to $8, or you saying it will go up from here? I am saying I am risking $8. If it breaks this $8 area, I will be out of this stock. I'm only risking $5. Yes, a small $5, because I am trying to teach this. I am not trying to make any money off this. I want to show you that it does not matter about the P&L. It matters about the trade. That's what it's all about, because numbers are fractal. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We got 6 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is market open. Let's go, baby. So we are in it to win it, baby. We are in OCEA with 5 shares. We are risking, what are we risking? We are risking 795-ish area. So we'll put it right at 795, and that is my stop out. Now, I am in OCEA, 5 shares, very small, very, very small. Why? Because I'm expecting always in these low float stocks that I'm gonna get smacked up and sold into. So this might be the dumb money train to buy this area, but if we are dumb money and this thing wants to break on down, that's a-okay. It can go ahead and stop us out for 5 shares at $8.50 a piece. All right, guys, so keep that in mind. We are in at $8.50, smack dab, right on the even. Let me go ahead and bring this so I can show you right where we are at. Right there. We are right at this base, right at this 50-cent area, psychological area, and we are risking just below $8. Now, I am not risking a lot. Why am I not risking a lot? Because I want to show you it's not about the P&L, guys, here. It is about what is to come. Let's see what comes of this trade, okay? So we're going to find out really soon what happens. But while we leave this up on the right-hand side, and you guys can eyeball it, you can watch it, I'll take the P&L off just so we have a better understanding of what's going on there. Now, we're going to leave that sit, and I'm going to go ahead and look at my other trades on this left-hand side. So it looks like Meta is getting that nice little pop right back up into that area. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the 5-minute and see how tasty that is. So a nice little pop. If this thing wants to get all the way back up here, that might get scary, but a pop like this first thing in the morning, makes me want to add into this trade, but I could be very, very wrong, so I'm going to stick with this 25 shares like I have been. I'm not going to meddle or muck with this trade. If it wants to carry on higher, you know I'm a bear with bull horns. I would love to see this thing move higher for the overall market. If you have a 401k or Roth IRA, you want to see the overall market do well, and Meta is part of the overall market, as well NVDA also getting a big soaking off this base. Will there be enough buyers to help prop this thing up? Only time's going to tell, but we are seeing some soaking, so will it happen? OCEA now up to $8.71. Ladies and gentlemen, it is trying to defend that $8.50 area. Be careful, we are talking about a very low float stock there. OCEA, I believe, I know we said it a few times this morning, but we're going to look it up one more time. 31 million float on TD Ameritrade, but we're seeing on FinViz, it's around 7 million. So this thing could trade anywhere between a rip your face off and it will rip your face off stock. So be careful in OCEA. Now, in our active trader, we're up about a cup of coffee on OCEA. Should we cash out now? No, we have risk reward in mind. We have a takeout just before 12 and we know we are risking that 8. So if the cup of coffee gets poured down the drain and I have to find some new beans, that's a-okay. We're in this trade until it either stops us out or gets to our buy area. Now, Tesla, as John brings up, no trade right now means wait for movement. Yeah, absolutely. We don't know exactly what's going to happen here, and I have found on my data, ladies and gentlemen, my data tells me this. If and only if I wait until after 12, basically after stream, I lose a lot of my money during market open, during stream, which is kind of funny. And then after stream, I come back and I've made the most money I have ever have trading after stream. So we're doing really, really good, just not so much on the show. So I need to start taking better calculated trades at the market open, or not playing it at all and then trading later on. Alex is here. Good morning. Hello, hello. Good to see you, Alex. And that's why I think I'm just going to start recording all my trades afterwards. So if somebody's like, well, hey, you know, if there's anything transparent that needs to be said, I have everything recorded in my data tracker, so I can always show and bring it up so that way I can be transparent with everybody. But I always save every trade. Every single trade I save, I make sure that, you know, everything's recorded so that way if I do lose, I can learn, right guys? So Alex, what's going on, man? Did you just wake up? I hope you got all your homework done for school. It's a beautiful Friday. Here it is very, very scary. I took the kids to school this morning and it was slippery sliding. There was 3 cars on the side of the road. And it's funny because this area, the school, if they get fog, they're like, hold the fort down. We're canceling school for a freaking week. You guys are done going to school. No school whatsoever. But we get some crazy weather like this and I'm sliding all over. Man, I did like 10 miles an hour all the way home. And it was so nerve-wracking. And I consider myself a decent driver. My wife doesn't though. So take that how you will. But you guys, yeah. So it was really slippery, and they didn't want to cancel. They're like, nah, these kids, they need books today, huh? They don't need to play in the snow. They need books today. But hey, that's how they talk there. That's just how it is. So let's keep on carrying on now. It looks like Meta finally giving me that money back that I wanted. So we're up about 15 bucks on the day for Meta, and we're just gonna hold out onto this thing, guys. I'm waiting for the bigger expected move. If the thing wants to climb up higher and wants to knock me out, once it gets past this area, I'm gonna be too squeamish. I'll probably get out of that trade, but I'm in it for the long haul. I think we're gonna get a pop and then a drop, and it looks like that's what we're getting. So if we run through the major indices, we will probably see, yes, we're getting a bigger drop in the market. Ooh, who would have knew? Well, anybody that was here for pre-market prep may have had an inclination. So pat yourselves on the back, ladies and gentlemen, if you were for pre-market prep, because we did give you some scenarios, and that's a beautiful thing. Now, that's why we have stop losses. CRUS, stop me out for those 4 shares. So we took a $15 loss on a stock that we were in for over 5 or 6 days. $15 loss is great because I was risking 15 to earn 100 on that stock. That's A-okay with me. I like my risk rewards on that. So a small $15 loss is A-okay in my book. We want to lose 15 while we gain 100. OCEA now trading at $9.10. Isn't that a beautiful thing, guys? We are up a whole $3. It looks like not only can I buy myself a cup of coffee, but I can buy Rabia a cup of coffee too, and Amire, who's also in this trade with me too. But will we give that money back? Who knows? Only time is going to tell. It looks like that 850 might want to be retested a few more times before heading on higher. So we will see what happens. Microsoft now bleeding to the south side. Maybe it catches a bid at this 250 area, but if things are looking scary weak in the market as Amazon giving back all of those gains from the initial jobless claims data. Meta now lingering like a stinky fart under the covers here at this 181.45. I would like to see it go down from here. I don't want to see it hold this area. Why? Well, because I'm shorting and I am biased, right? I don't want to see this thing survive. I want to see this thing fail because I'm in it. But for the long run, you know I'm a bear with bullhorns. I would love to see this thing go up to the north, if you will. So let's take a look at some other stocks like UNCY. Is it going to hold another beautiful push to the north side, or will it come back down and test this 188? We also have BNED pushing up to the north side. It looks like BNED is trying to get up to that $200 moving average. But I've seen these things time and time enough. I have an inclination that this might sell off right here. Why? Well, history and, well, you know, we're at pre-market highs. So we'll see what happens with that one. These aren't buy or sell recommendations. So let's look at KALA. KALA looks like garbage. I don't know why it's on my thing, but AGS had a beautiful pop-up, already trading above that 200-day moving average, now trading up in pre-market, making a nice little 5-minute range here, 5-minute range break, guys. You guys know I like these 5-minute range breaks here. Now, I missed the trade. If it comes back down in here, I guess I could play it. We are on a nice breakout here, but we're right into those highs. So if I mark the highs here, which always can be a very interesting spot, and it looks like the highs are just above it, just above that area. So we're going to see if it wants to break on out through those highs, break up to that 829 area, or maybe it won't. Joshi says, see on 7th March, told about Tesla, sell-off target 175. Hope you remember this. Yeah, brother, you know, if you remember, actually, right after you said it, Joshi, and we'll bring it up because, you know, everyone is my witness Rabia as my witness. Yeah, we talked about that 175 area breaking. We actually we were talking about this and we drew this liquidity area out when we talked about. Let me zoom in on the hourly here so we can actually see what I wrote out here. So check this out. I was talking about this 185 area breaking, and I said if this 185 area breaks, I have a feeling it's going to come all the way down to this 175 area, and it did. It came all the way down, it bounced up, and then it came right into its resistance and sold off. And then just like you said, Joshi, if it breaks this 175 area, that we could head lower. And sure enough, we did. So I'm glad to see that not only are we working together on this, that my plan comes into fruition and then your plan comes into fruition. So it's just a beautiful thing how we are all becoming a like-minded creative group to try and extrapolate a little bit of money from this market. So we're up a cup of coffee on OCEA. We're going to see how that thing plays out. But let me take a look at the rest of my trades as ALGM just fails now testing this 10-day moving average. So we're going to see, does this thing want to hold? Well, I'll tell you this, it doesn't look like it. So I'm going to give this just a little bit longer right here in this area to see if it wants to hold. If it breaks down much further than this, I'm not gonna be here for very much longer. So we're gonna let that give it time. Let's SERA back down to 381. We already have our stop out for break even. So either this thing's gonna actually do a little something for us, or it's just gonna stop me out for a small loss. No big deal. So we just looked at SMCI. I don't know why that's on there twice. Maybe it's not SMCI. And let's look at Meta. So Meta, yeah, we're up about $15 on Meta now. We're just gonna sit back and relax, guys. You know, you love to see it when we're making money in the morning. So Tesla, is it gonna head lower from here? It looks pretty weak, and if we have a drop off, guys, on my hourly, the next stop looks like 150 or 140. So that's you know, I don't even want to say it out loud, guys. You know, I really don't even want to say it out loud, but that could very well happen in this situation. So please be careful of those buyouts. People love to buy those lows and pop people out. So if you're going to try and short something, do it on a pop like we talked about this morning, guys. So Dow Jones intraday, let's see, 389.50 for my daily support. Let's take a look at Alex's SPY. So if we take a look at this SPY here, he's saying the 389 area is your daily support. Yes, sir. This could be a great buy up area. And of course, I would love to see, absolutely love to see the SPY hold up here. Why? Well, because we are well below this 200-day moving average, and that is a scary sight, ladies and gentlemen. You know that I am risk off after that 200 gets broke. Now, we are breaking, and it looks like this is heading lower. So because we are risk off, I might have to get back in. I might regret my decision, but I'm sticking to my sell rules, and I'm saying goodbye, good day to you, SMCI. It was very fun while it lasted, but we made our money out of this trade. Don't mind this $35 because we took 50 bucks off out here and we stopped out at the 10-day after it broke its 10-day moving average. We wanted to test this 21-day moving average, and hey, we did exactly what we wanted to. So we got out still for a nice little win on SMCI. Why? Because my risk management is gosh darn good, and I will brag about it time and time again. Now, we will probably see this thing skyrocket to the north side and head absolutely higher because, well, we are sitting on this support, as Alex said. Now, if the support wants to hold and wants to head on higher, that's A-okay. I'm still going to be happy that I stuck to my sell rules. So SMCI goes on the back burner as a future beautiful play because we might want to see this thing do us well in the future. If the market wants to shape up, that's when I will start getting back in. So CLMT, I'm going to do the same thing on CLMT. We're going to go ahead and take these 6 shares. We're going to get rid of these for a very small loss. See, guys, this is what we do. We take small losses here and we got big gains. So this is looking absolutely great. I'm happy that we did not take bigger than needed share size into CLMT or ALGM on any of these really, because we were not too keen on what was going to happen here. So everything is peachy galore. So let me go ahead and get rid of this here. Here we go. We are nice and out. We are trimming all the fat. Should we just get rid of SERA? Well, no, I'm not getting rid of this. It might fail on me. It sure might fail. But I will say this, the healthcare, the biopharmaceuticals, all that crap, Those things always seem to be moving in their own beat, to their own drum. And with that being the case, I'm going to let that thing play out to play me to break even because we are already up in the trade. So back to Meta. Good old Meta. Meta is failing on us now. We are up about $30 in this trade. We're going to see what this wants to actually do because it really wants to find this support on this 10-day moving average. It really wants to show that it's a leader, but with the overall SPY heading to the south side, with the IWM still bleeding out down to 178.08, and the Qs looking like it's breaking that resistance, or I should say that false hope or that false support in the pre-market, now heading lower at 289.99, guys. We might have a pusher lower to the south side because we know the Q can at least come down to 289, but even then, that is a pre-market area. So what I do like to do, guys, if you are on Thinkorswim, you can click on this cog, you can go to equities, and you can click this show exit hours. You can reduce that, hit apply, and then boom, all of the after hours information is gone now. All we see are the gaps. See these gaps here? There's a gap from here to here. There's a gap from here to here. That's all the noise in pre-market. So all the noise in pre-market is gone now. Now we can just see our levels for what they are. And it looks like our main level we broke at 292, guys. Now we're heading lower. Now, the only thing that we have stopping this thing is 288.61. That is our low, and there's not really much there to hold it up. Just an area of support, of psychological support, because that is there, because it got bought up there before. Well, what's going to happen if we break that? Well, if we break that area, and let me just backtrack a second. If we take this area, yes, it is the this area of consolidation here. It is an area of consolidation here, so we could definitely bounce at this 288 area. That might be a good place for me to take off half of these shares from Meta, okay? So we're just gonna keep an eye on it. We're gonna see what it wants to do there. But like I said, guys, overall the market's looking weak. And if we do get a bounce here, you know, we might be getting that bounce up into another area of resistance. So, you know, I'm acting real bearish today, guys. I still have my bull horns on. I obviously hope the best for the market. I really want the best for the market. But when we look at the analytics, when we look at the actual technical data that it's showing me, we're seeing downtrending lines here, guys. Look at this big downtrend here. You know, we haven't broken up. Anytime we have showed support and broken up to the high side, we're getting bigger sell-on off action on volume. It's not looking good for the overall market. But I can say this, guys. Maybe we keep heading lower and eventually we find a beautiful little price where we all can get in and be happy and cheeky at. So Meta now at 198. Let's take a look at our friend OCEA to see how it's doing. We're still up about $2.50. It's moving exactly how I anticipated, guys. You know, it's not that exciting right away. It still needs to understand where it plays out in this price action area. So I knew I was getting it early, but I wanted to get in with you guys because you guys are very excited. You want in early on these things. So I just wanted to play it with you just to show you, like, hey, you don't get in and bag hold. You get in and you set a risk. Okay, so we're using OCEA as an example of how I would like to see at least people training their mind, using risk and then taking as reward, because we know where our resistance at. Our resistance is at that $12 area. So we're gonna take out some money before that $12 area, and then when it hits our target, we'll get the rest out, okay? I like to pay myself, guys. I like to pay myself, and if we can, we will. Now, OCEA is trading at $8.98. I am risking that $7.94, so that way, if we get a break through the psychological $8, we still have a little bit of room. I'm only risking $5 on this trade, guys. Only $5. Low Pencil's in the building. What up, Low Pencil? Good to see you. Hello, Low. I missed pre-market, but Silicon Valley did me right. Can you look? Please, I have a stop loss at 104. So which stock do you want me to look at, brother? Give me the ticker symbol, Low Pencil, and I'll be happy to take a look. But when you say Silicon Valley did me right, what exactly do you want me to look at? The Qs? You know, that's the big tech, you know, or Silicon Valley known as like Meta, you know, what you gotta tell me, brother. You gotta tell me, because I don't keep up with the news. I really don't. I only read the news as it comes out if it's going to make volatility in the market, right? If you guys bring me the news, I don't believe anything I hear, only half of what I see. The rest is all support and resistance. The rest is all technical data. SIVB. So SIVB, let's take a peeky gander, shall we, at SIVB. So SIVB, goodness gracious, great balls of fire, my guys. If you were in this on a short, this thing took a huge crap. It crapped the bed, and there is no sheets left to change the bed. So SIVB, yuck, that looks gross, but I don't see anything now. There's nothing to look at except for gains from our boy Low Pencil. So congratulations if you were in that Low Pencil. You know, make sure you are taking out some money. Make sure you're paying yourself. I want to see Low Pencil getting paid. Get paid, Low Pencil, get paid. SERA still lingering like a smelly fart under the covers, or maybe a stagnant pool, a stagnant cesspool under your local dairy farm. So we got Meta still. It looks like we're getting some soaking down here, so that's good for Meta. Not good for my trade. That's good for Meta. We talk about that 10-day moving average. There are going to be a lot of there's going to be a lot of longer institutional investors, if you will, or bigger players, I should say. I shouldn't speak for the institutional. I can't talk today. Let me get a sip of coffee. Ooh, that's good coffee. I don't know if you guys knew. Listen, guys, I'm Dave. This is LoFiTrader, and I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. What do? Well, I do live commentary, stock analysis, and I take trades like you're seeing right here in front of you today, and OCEA. I take live trades in front of you. I give you my analysis on why I'm taking these trades, where these psychological levels are. If you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, it's as easy as hitting that subscribe button, guys. Here, I'll even bring it up for you to show you. It's really, really simple, and I don't ask of anything from you guys, nothing. There's three things. Show up for that pre-market prep at 8 a.m. Eastern, smash this stinking like button like you've never smashed a like button before, and always, always think about hitting that subscribe button. There's a reason why I asked you to hit that subscribe button, guys, and it's simply because this is all free. It's all free, and I need a crowd. I love to have you here, and I'm trying to create a like-minded group of investors so that way we can bounce ideas off each other and see what really is happening in the market. So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that subscribe, smash that like button so you can see me every single day here, guys. You'll at least get a nice little pop-up on your feed that'll say, hey, this big old chin's walking around here. It's doing its thing, you know? So, guys, let me just go ahead and get back into this live trading room to make sure everybody is happy and healthy. So here we go. Gonna drop in, and then we will definitely be going over everything else. Okay, guys? So just bear with me, baby. Bear with me, baby. Baby, baby, baby. Share this. All right, we're back in it to win it. Let's go. All right, guys, thank you for sticking with me here. All right, we got Meta. It looks like it is down to 180.55, while the Qs are still trading lower at 289.37. This is looking beautiful for the bears today. Now, are we looking for a buy-up area down here? Are we looking at 290 for this buy-up area? Well, it looks like we are getting some big soaking on Meta, and that will be just enough to take me out of this trade. As long as I would like to see an even bigger move, it looks like we are starting to get some soaking. So before I make that move, I'm going to let that settle for about a minute and a half, and we will see what actually comes of it. But we are getting a big push down here. Let me check the rest of the indices. So if we are getting this big push down and we are finally starting to see some soaking and some support, that might be a nice area to be risk on for a short period of time, but we shall see. So the SPY looks like it's trying to do its thing here, trying to get a little soaking on the bottom with that hourly. Let's go ahead and look at IWM. We are also starting to see a little bit of soaking on the bottom. What about the Qs? Not as much soaking, but Netflix is still traveling lower, 293.96. We got Microsoft. Looks like it is still heading lower, but it might be running into that support. Amazon as well. It looks like it's at its bottom. We won't know if this is support or this is the big cliff here or not. So Meta looks like it's looking stronger than the rest of everything. Soaking up here. Can it hold this area? It would be very, very interesting if this could hold this area. If it does get a nice bid here, that would be great for Meta. So let me just go ahead and bring up OCEA on this side. OCEA is trading at 8.99 right now. We'll take a look at TRKA as well. TRKA. Let me bring up Meta on this side and put it on the 5-ish minute. All right, so TRKA, yeah, another flush here. It's trading at 299. Just like I said, guys, it's trading exactly like a small cap would, a small penny stock would. We get these big pushes up, it breaks down, it finds its last support, it uses that as resistance, and then it fails ever loving lower. So please be careful out there, guys. That is why I took OCEA, because even if we lose on this trade, you'll see that I did something so simple. I bought in at a area of $8.50, which is a psychological area. I'm also using $8 as my risk, which is another psychological area. I set it just below that psychological area in case it wicks through, then I am covered. And after that, and after knowing that, that is my trade right there in this penny cap stock. What happens if it shakes me out and then heads to the north side? Well, I can laugh about it later, but as of right now, I'm gonna let it do its thing, let it work its play, and let the play work itself, okay? So if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, heck guys, if you see something that I don't, put it up in chat. You want me to talk about something, I will, put it in chat. But I cannot read your minds and I don't play your books. So if you want me to play your books for you, go ahead and put it in chat and I will take a look at that. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. I need another sip. This morning is looking absolutely crazy, guys. I love it. You love to see it. And that's why we are here every single day, but we are here every single day for pre-market prep. Why do we show up for pre-market prep? So we know these levels, so we know what we can expect, and that way we can have a better game plan going into the market so we can extrapolate a little bit of money here and there. REVE, SDIO, lots of failing in the market. We're going to go ahead and look through the indices because I think that we might be shaping up, but is this quick shape up another sell-off in the market? It looks like we're seeing some soaking on all of the indices, so I'm glad I held my breath on the meta trade because I seem like I have some of the hardest time holding for that bigger move, that last piece. I always have the hardest time. So I sold myself down to 25 shares last night so I could hold for the larger expected move. I held onto this thing all through pre-market prep. To sell out now would be silly of me. I'm glad that we are up money, but you know how much I love to pay myself into these trades. So it does hurt to watch, even though I'm up in the money, it does hurt to watch because I know how stocks work, guys. A lot of times you'll see these pushes, you'll see it soak up, you'll see it trade sideways, and if I start to see a lot of that, I'm gonna have to exit this position because I just know that we might get a bid in the north side. But at the same time, if your emotions get the good of you, and that's why we're LoFiTrader, because we need to revert back to the mean. We need to calm it down. Think with logic, not with emotions. Now, if you're having emotions, you can use those emotions as a trigger, as a feeling. I know if I have anxiety about something, that means I am alert. I'm paying attention to the trade. But if I have fear, there's a fear, that means I need to either get some of that money out or I need to keep an eye and zoom out on the trade to see where that fear is coming from. Did I not calculate my risk management properly? Did I not do something the way I normally would do it? And if that's the case, I will cut the trade because I want to make sure that I know and that I am in control of every trade that I'm in from start to finish. Just like OCEA. Yes, we are up $2.81 on this trade, but I don't care. I am in control of this trade. We could go all the way down. I could be down $5 on this trade, and I would know it doesn't matter. Until this thing fails and stops me out, that's when I know that trade's over, or it gets up to these highs, this 1125, and I will take out half, leaving the other half on to either break even or head on wayward son. So that is what I'm looking for, guys, and that is why I like a no sweat, hands-free trading. It makes it simple and makes me happy. Tesla may completely give buy trading intraday. This is with stop loss. So Joshi is looking at Uncle Tesla. So good old Uncle Tesla, let's bring it up over here on the right-hand side. So Uncle Tesla, is that some big soaking I see down there? We are getting some big soaking and we're seeing some good volume come in for that trade. So that looks pretty good, guys. I like that. I hope the overall indices are all starting to shape up like that because we want to see NVDA shaping up. We want to see Meta shaping up, and it looks like it is. We want to see, what else do we want to see? We're going to go ahead and get out of this trade. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm not allowed to do it. Don't do it, Michael. Goodness gracious. Yep, sometimes I got to talk to myself, guys, because you are your coach. You are your own coach. So if you have to sit here and tell yourself to put the big boy pants on, it's because you sat here and you fought through it. You've seen how much money you could have earned if you would just take those larger expectancies. So if you're sitting here and you hear me talking and I'm saying, Michael, put your big boy pants on, there's a very big reason for that. I say those things simply because I'm trying to give myself the encouragement. I need to say it out loud. And I do it after stream too, guys. I do this after stream and because it helps me. It helps me understand where those levels are and where I feel, how I feel. Of course, I don't, advocate it. Some people might think you're crazy and I don't talk like I'm on stream when I'm off stream, but hey, do you provide what entry to take with the trade? No, I'm not going to give you hand-picked cherry buy and sell recommendations. First of all, I can't do that because I'm not a licensed therapist. I'm not licensed to do that. I'm just not. But what I can do is I can give you all your areas and I can show you where I take my entries and where I put my stop losses, just like I did here on OCEA. Now, keep in mind, I am only risking $5 on this trade. I got in at $8.50 and I'm risking just below this $8. Okay, I'm doing this so we can learn. I'm not giving you buy or sell recommendations. I'm giving you my entries, my exits, and I'm telling you the psychology of the trade. So I guess you could say I am in a way, but I'm not giving them for you. I'm doing this for me. I'm driving this ship and you driving your ship. So if I lose this money, it's my fault and it's my butt. It's my money. And same goes for you. I suggest paper trading if you are new until you get the understanding in the hand of things, because you can lose a lot of money really fast just by pressing one click of the wrong button, guys. If you accidentally short the wrong thing and you get in the wrong thing and then next thing you know you are down a ton of money, it's because you're hitting the wrong buttons. It's because you don't know what you're doing and you should have never did it in the first place. So guys, just keep that in mind, that trading is hard. Trading can be very volatile at times and you don't need somebody to give you buy or sell recommendations. You just need to focus and learn what is going on in the overall stock market so you can make your own calculated risk reward trades. So now OCEA trading at 928. We are up a nice pretty penny on OCEA. That is a nice little push that we have there. Remember, guys, that this push is running right in to where it was selling off yesterday. So this might be some resistance on the way up, but we're going to stay true to it and we're not going to worry about it too much because we know where our risk is. So we're going to go ahead and, goodness gracious, great balls of fire. We had a lot of soaking up here. Is this the push? Is this the morning push before the sell-off? Or is this the push to get the rally back going and heading to the north side? So the only way I can find that out is if I run through the indices. So we have the SPY giving a nice little push right back up into where the jobless data farming happened. So if it wants to reclaim this area, it needs to push up higher through it, pull back, and then trade sideways on it. Or what does it do? Pushes right back up into its liquidity area and sells off again. So we're going to need a little time to tell if that is what is going to happen. So let's go ahead and take a look at, we'll bring, we'll put up OCEA over here. We will look at Meta and all the other tickers over here on this side. So we got the SPY bouncing up. We also have the IWM bouncing up. Hey, good morning, Richard Pizza. Good to see you. Or I think is that Pezza? I don't know, Richard Pizza. That's what I like to see. Richard Pizza, everybody likes pizza. So Richard Pizza, good to see you, good morning, and your thoughts on TENX. I would love to give you my thoughts on TENX. Let me just do one more thing though, and we'll get right back to that. I need to go through the indices here to see if we are gonna start seeing some selling off in this area, or if I need to cut this meta trade. So IWM wicking, QQQ, big wicking, trading at 290.93. We got Netflix with a beautiful push up into resistance, now wicking at the top. Microsoft also pushing up, wicking off the bottom, now wicking off the top. Are we seeing confluency? We're seeing Amazon wicking and Meta. We aren't seeing any wicking on Meta, but we will see what it wants to do in this area. So it looks like it's really doing its absolute best to just get me out of this trade. It really wants me gone, but we'll see. I think this would be the area where I would probably panic out. So if I panic out, there should be a nice little push here into this little area, and then that's probably where the sell-off will come. But I could be absolutely wrong about these guys. I take a look at these trades and I go, what is going on here? Well, we were down in the oversold and now we are pushing higher. So don't want to hold on to something for too long. Why? Because I don't like big losers. I like big winners and I like small losers. So I'm just running through the indices to see how everything looks, and it looks like in the overall market, the overall market with wicking going on, it looks like Meta is looking pretty strong compared to the rest of the market. Now, it's not crazy strong, but it is a little stronger than the market. And when I see these things, I need to take that into note, especially if I'm holding a short trade, right, guys? You don't want to be holding a short trade and be on the wrong side for too long. It's okay to be wrong, as long as you're not wrong for long. We got OCEA trading at $9.15. And I think what I'm going to do for you, Mr. Richard, my good sir, we're going to bring up TENX over here in replace of this OCEA just for a minute, so I can keep an eye on my MetaTrade. If we get a big blurb up to this top side, I'm going to have to hold my breath and sell out. But TENX, so if we look at TNX on the daily, this thing is on an overall downtrend, and it has been, and it has never brought above its 200-day moving average since 10/4/21. Okay, 10/4/21, this thing just completely has been selling off. And now if I zoom in here, I'm seeing nothing but a ton of selling volume. So this thing is down to 48 cents. I'm not seeing anything on this, brother. I'm not seeing it shape up. I'm not seeing any levels to actually trade off of. So if I look at the stock overall, it's a therapeutic stock and it looks really, really bad here. So I would suggest staying away from something like this unless you're seeing a trade that I'm not. If you're seeing a trade that I'm not, well, let me know what it is, so that way, or let me know how you would trade this, because this overall, this is very, very skeptical, and it looks pretty grumpy. I wouldn't mess with this thing, you know. So it looks like I'm caught on the wrong side here with Meta, but like I told you guys before, we are going to just hold on to this, and hold our breath, because this is where I would get out. Right here on 182.52, this is where I would get out. So a little bit higher, and I'm going to have to get out of this thing, and that'll be a small loss for the books. So I think, let me just bring up these indices really quick. So we got the SPY. It looks like it is still trying to push up higher, looking really great. I absolutely love to see that. NVDA also pushing up higher, but getting some wicking off at that base of 232.77. Let's see what else we got. We got NFLIX, good old NFLIX. That's it. That's about as much pain as I can take in there. So that being said, I am out of that trade for a very small loss of $31.50. We were up on this trade about 150 bucks, I believe, so that's okay. I'm happy to end this trade out where it's at. We're going to see what this wants to do. If it wants to come back down and test this 181, that might be a nice little buy-in area for me. But for now, I'm going to sit back and relax and see what is happening with the overall indices. In the meantime, let's bring up OCEA on this top right-hand side, see how we're doing. Yeah, it's just trading sideways, guys. It's not doing much of anything. We're up a cup of coffee. Speaking of which, let me take a sip. Okay, let's take a look at LUNR. Guys, LUNR is looking really good here. And when I say really good here, I mean it's actually shaping up here on this base, which is a nice little VWAP area, right? So I kind of want to bring up let's bring up the aftermarket and the pre-market here and put it on there just because of the way it's been trading. So yeah, so we want to see this 18 hold. This is beautiful right here, guys. I really like this 18. If it can hold this VWAP area, if it can hold this psychological 18, let's say bounces off this a couple of times, I think this is looking constructive. So definitely going to keep Luna on this ticker watch list as well as OCEA, because look at OCEA's holding this area out. It's almost looking like a bullish pennant, but we're going to need more time. We already have the trade set. We're going to see if we want to make a little money on this trade. So same thing with LUNR. I'd like to see this thing shape up on that 18 for a while. If it breaks through, it can try to find some more support down here at 15, but our best case scenario would be to hold at 18 before it tries to head higher. So OCEA trading at 318, not knowing what it wants to do just yet here in this area. So let me bring back up Meta just to see this thing. Of course, it's going to want to sell off right where I get out. Actually, I was wrong. I actually got out at a really good time, didn't I, guys? This thing sold off really hard, but it pushed up way higher. Look at that. Right when I get out, this thing just pushes up like a monster to this north side. Gets a big sell-off to the top, but we're seeing a lot of green volume come in for that. So let's take a look a little bit of everything here, guys, because if the market wants to hold here and trade sideways, that would be great. But remember, we just had the payroll data come out. The payroll, when it came out, it gave us this big bump up here, guys, and then a huge sell-off. And now it's giving this big bump up. What can we expect? Well, most likely we're going to see another sell-off. But these aren't buy or sell recommendations. I'm just looking at the data as it's been given, and we're getting this huge uptick. What a huge, monstrous volume here for this, for Meta consistently, you know? So this is very interesting. I definitely want to keep an eye on this because, you know, if this is its top here, you know, and I just sold out at the top, you know, I want to know about it because I want to learn about it, right? So it looks like it's trying to push, it's trying to do its thing, you know, but being stopped out in that area and feeling very silly about it. That's, you know, that's just part of it, guys. It's part of trading. We talked about this 10-day moving average and that a lot of long buyers like to play that bounce, and it looks like they did. So we did talk about that 10-day moving average. I did not exit any of that position down there because this is the last quarter of that position, but it did give us a bigger than expected bounce. Absolutely beautiful for the market. You love to see it, but now the market has a lot of proving to do because the Qs is above the 200 here. Where is the SPY relative to that 200-day moving average? Well, it looks like the SPY is below that 200-day moving average. So I'm not trusting much of anything in this area. A matter of fact, I'm probably going to go back and look at Meta because how is this thing going to hold up here with the overall market just bleeding to the south side? Let's take a little peeky gander at what this might bring me here. If it'll give it to me, we'll see. It should, because there's plenty of volume pushing this thing. We're going to see, because I like this risk reward here. So we're going to see, does Meta want to get me back into the short side only on 4 times the amount of shares? So it's looking really weaker. It's trying to get some soaks. It looks like, you know, it might pop me in. I'm going to use that risk at the very top here as my stop order. And if you guys watched me the other day, I accidentally made another. This is getting me pissed off here. Let's try and get in one more time. This will be the last time I try to get in. Come on. All right, now we're in. Now I'm risking a little bit more than I anticipated, but that's a-okay, guys. We're going to try and see if this is the top. I'm not trying to cherry pick the top. I waited to see it break down a little bit before I got in, which is great. We always want to make sure that we are not cherry picking. When I say cherry picking, it means I'm not looking at this thing as it's going up and saying, oh, there's the top. No, I'm watching this thing as it goes up and I'm starting to see some soaking, some breaking down, and then I try to get in so that way I have good risk reward. Now, this might still be me trying to cherry pick the top, but I like this area. If it wants to head on higher, it's okay. I will take a small loss trying to earn that big reward heading all the way back down to that 10-day moving average, and probably will take half off at VWAP, depending on how I feel, because you guys know, just as well as I do, I like to pay myself into the trade right away. So we are up right away on this trade. We're up about $25. Look at that, quick soak. That's why you got to be quick, guys. That's why taking higher share size like this, you can see quick profits, and that's why we like to take those quick profits. So right now, it looks like it's trying to hold around that 183.35, a nice little push up there to the north side. Let's see, does Meta want to hold? Does LUNR want to hold 823? Does the overall market want to hold and head on higher? I think Meta will be a big inclination on what is going to happen, if I'm using that word right. SPY still trying to soak up that base. That might be really good for the overall markets if we can keep seeing that soaking. We're looking at soaking on the 5-minute, so it'll be very interesting here to see what happens. So Let's go, baby. Come on, we want to see some sell-off. So if we, well, I want to see some sell-off only because I have a bias because I am shorting here at the top on Meta. If Meta wants to break down, if it wants to head higher, I'm going to have to get out right away because we know things are looking like they want to continue to push. So am I still too early in the market? We are only 30 minutes into the market. I like to wait till at least 45 minutes. So maybe I have not learned from my mistake, but I know for a fact that if this thing wants to take off higher and break me out at these highs, I will know for a fact that I am wrong in this trade. So is it going to get a push higher? We shall see, ladies and gentlemen, because this is a nice, tasty little trade to the short if we can manage to maintain and hold true. So we starting to break down a little bit, but I am watching every little tick, so I'm going to put this away since my stop loss is on there, hide the P&L because it's making my stomach hurt, and bring up OCEA over here on the left-hand side. Amire is trying to recover OCEA. It never has failed. This thing is not recovering. It is not just recovering, but it's holding. It's still holding right where we got in at this $8.50, this psychological area. It's pushed above its VWAP and now it's holding. So if you mean recovering by recovering this area, you're absolutely right then. It is trying to hold this bout of area, this $9 area. If it can hold this 9 area, oh, and you're already in it, aren't you, Amiri? My bad. You are in it, if I remember right, around 990. Yes, I just looked it up, so I didn't remember I looked. So yes, it is recovering back up to that area, but we're using that area as resistance. If you notice, now 950, it's starting to wick. It's starting to push down on its tops here. Okay, we want to see this thing push up through on volume and then start trading sideways in this 10 area, okay? So that's what we're looking for in this stock. So Amiri, yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I just needed to go back to $5 to recover. Yeah, sorry, I meant $10. It's okay. No, we totally understand, Amiri. We're glad you're here. We're happy you're here. And cheers to you. Cheers to you. So. Guys, if you don't know, now you know. This is Dave. I'm with LoFiTrader. I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Why? Because I have a passion for the stock market, for commentary, and for waving this big chin around on the screen. So we already got a nice little flush in Meta, but I think I'm just going to hold up for the larger expected move. We're going to take half off at VWAP and then leave the other 50 shares on for an even bigger move. So that's my play, not yours. Make sure you know your risk. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. I just need to go over this super quick while we're here. Guys, because I do your due diligence for you, I would love for you to help me out. We'll call this a favor of mine. Hit this like button, smash that. We want to get to 25 likes today. And guys, we are so close to getting that 300 subscriber. Yes, we've only been doing this for a little over a month and we are almost up to 300 subscribers. So guys, if you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, please do me a favor, hit that subscribe. That's the only thing I'm gonna ask. 3 things of you guys, and it's not money. You ready? Be here for the pre-market prep. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. That's the only thing you're gonna hear, and then I will bleed my passion, my positivity out onto your table every single day, and you can scoop up as much of that porridge as you want, and you can spit it right back at me if you want. We'll call it a good day. So good day, ladies and gentlemen. We are up a pretty penny on Meta now, but we are still fighting back from that small loss. But we know it's not a small loss. We just gave a little back, like a fiend on crack, but we will always keep coming back. OCEA is looking good at 927, but we are seeing some wicks up here. So it is in a bit of a battle. There are bulls and there are bears duking it out right here, guys. This is the psychology behind it. And if you love it, then that's why you are here, because we like to see that nitty gritty. We like to see this battle. We like to see this fight, and we want to pick the right side to be on. That's why I like to be a bear with bull horns, because I like to pick a side. I like to speculate, and I love to trade, baby. And look at this beautiful trade working out. How did I know that that was going to fail at those tops? Well, let's go through the indices on the left-hand side really quick. We seen some wicking. We seen some wicking on IWM. We seen the wicking on QQQ. We seen all the wicking, and we seen Meta pushing higher. When Meta finally pushed up into that same area, I had confluency across the markets that this could be the top. After we seen the double wicking, we used that right there as our stop loss. Now, we are pushing down to the south side. We are continuing to head lower, but how fast are we going to slip and fail? how long can I hold on to this trade? So I seen confluency, guys. I took the trade. Now I'm up money. Now, when I see that I'm up a specific amount of money, or I start playing with my P&L, I think, oh, you know, I have all these trades, I have all these things. That's me growing as a trader. I'm getting out too early. I'm getting out too quick. And there's reasons why I'm doing that. Well, because I've been hurt for so long, and I'm hurt for so long that I want to make money, right? You want to make money too. So what do? When we see profits, we pay ourselves. And right here, I am paying myself into this trade. We just added another $15 to $20 into that. And we are going to hope, and I say that respectfully, that it continues to head lower. Yes, the bigger, shorter traders will start shorting every pop that pops up. They short into it. Every pop, they short into it. I am still learning. You guys are still learning too. I will become the best trader that I can, and you'll become the best trader that you can. And while I am doing this, you can either A, learn from my mistakes, even though my mistakes are still making me money sometimes. You can learn from these mistakes, guys. So you may have said, well, why would you, if you're expecting this to go down to here to take off half, why wouldn't you short more into this? Well, because that would squeeze me out. That would make my high up here where I do want my exit to be, that if I added more into here, I would get scared out of this quicker if it went up any higher than this. So I want to take off some of that money. That's my psychology. I take off that money so that way if it does pop up, I've already paid myself. I don't have to worry. It'll be a break-even trade now if it hits my stop loss. I love to take break-even trades. Now that other half does what? That other half I can hold on to for the larger expected move. And as you guys know, me holding on to those larger expected move is very hard. It's very hard for me to do, but I love to try. So you're gonna see me try here today. So let's go ahead and avert our attention. Let's check out Microsofty. So Microsoft Tesla, complete given intraday target. Let's go ahead and take a look at Tesla for our boy Joshi. Yeah, Joshi, look at that. Beautiful. Right back up into that resistance. We talked about this play, and now it is starting to fail. We did some wiki-wick-off toppersons right there, and on the 15, it also looks like we are starting to get some wicking. So this might look like the overall market is going to head to the downside, but we might see things shape up anyway in this area, and they might head on higher. But we don't know because we don't have a crystal ball. All we can do is take the data, digest that, regurgitate it up into a trade, believe nothing what we hear and only half of what we see. The rest gets filled with your data, meaning your risk and your reward fills in the gaps. Alex says, wow. What's going on with wow? Alex, are you caught up on the chat? Tell me what's so wow. I want to know. I have that fear of missing out now. Thanks a lot, Alex. You say wow, and I'm like, I gotta know what's going on. So Alex, thanks for the fear of missing out. Tell me what you're wowing about. Guys, right here, check it out, guys. Check it out. Funk Show Brother. Smash that like button. We got to get to 25. We got to get to 25 and 300 subscribers. If we can get to 300 a day, I will be celebrating by probably making an extra cup of coffee. That's right. That's exactly what I'll do. I will suck down, I will guzzle down some delicious coffee for myself if we get to 300 subscribers. So please do it because I want to be up all night. Alex C says, enter Tesla puts just exiting. Big change. Went up 50% on the account with just that play. Congratulations, Alex. We love it, guys, to hear you guys earning some money and doing it well watching the show. So let's take a look at good old Tesla one more time since we have so many players in this game. So if we have Tesla and we've seen this pop up and we've seen this sell off already, we can act upon this as resistance. We even have this resistance drawn out for you here. We had a big pop up and a big sell off, and Alex seems to be capitalizing on that. We love to capitalize. We love to capitalize like our name is a state. So we're going to keep on carrying on. If you are seeing something that I'm not, you need to let me know so I can look it up. If you want me to talk about something, if you have any questions, I can't read your dang mind. Tell me it in chat. This morning we went over the economic data that came out. We did it here live right at 8:30. We were right on top of it. We had it out to you within 5 seconds of it. Well, maybe it was longer than that. I think we had it out to within 10 or 15 seconds, to be very, very honest. And we brought it up and we brought to you that non-farm payrolls was higher than expected, which should be bad for the overall sentiment for the market. And the unemployment rate was slightly higher, but still only 0.2% higher than what the forecast was, which tells me no, that's not a good thing. So we got Meta completely failing at those highs. Good thing I grabbed 100 shares up there at the tops, and we paid ourselves into that scary little push back into it. But like I said, all those big boys, all the really good shorters, the one that make a lot more money than I do shorting, they like to add into those pops all the way down. But I have not made the mustard. I have not owned the psychology behind that. So I'm making money, but I'm not nearly making as much as some of my mentors make. So you keep on watching, guys, and you can learn a thing or two, and I can learn a thing or two from you. So let me know what you got going on, what's hot, what's not, and what we should take a look at. If not, I'm going to keep looking at what I want to look at, guys, so deal with it. We got IWM still heading lower now. All that soaking up at that base might give us a tasty little trade. So guys, we're almost down to that VWAP area, and I want to take off half of these shares at VWAP to pay myself, or because I already paid myself, do I just let this thing keep on carrying on for the bigger expected move? That is the real trade here, guys. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I love to pay myself. I love to see, oh, looks like SERA just filled me for break even. So let's take a look at SERA. Now, why did I put this to break even? Well, because I don't trust these small cap floats. I got in here, we played this breakout. It was a beautiful breakout, and I was happy we were in it. But it just chopped around. It never took off higher, so I brought my stop up to break even, and it broke me out for break even, meaning I did not win or lose any money on this trade. Why does the P&L for the day say I'm down 1050? Well, because I was up 1050 yesterday, and now I'm down 1050 today, meaning it is a break-even trade. Everything I do and say on here will be raw, real, and transparent. Okay, guys, I will not lie, fuss, or fight with you because, oh, and look, that's why we have stop losses, because SERA might just go to Tank City, Tank City Biscuit. Okay, you guys know the song? If you know the song, then you know the song, but if you don't, that's A-okay. Tank City Biscuit, Tank City, but I don't like to cuss on here. So you know. So Microsoft, it looks like it's trying to in this area, but overall, with the bearish sentiment in the market, it's looking like it's having a hard time. Let's take a look at OCEA. OCEA, wow, look at that. OCEA has reclaimed that $9 area, now trading above 950 at 957. So look at that, ladies and gentlemen. What are we up? We are up about $5.62. Now we are up 1R. What does that mean? Well, I was risking $5, right? Now, if we are up $5, that means we are up 1R. So this is my risk right here on this $8.50 line. We are risking where we have this marked just a little below $8. So we're risking about 6.2%. And we are up 12%. So that is up 1R. Ladies and gentlemen, do you understand? Well, actually, I think that means we're up 2R. Goodness. Excuse me. I didn't mean to burp. I got my mic right underneath me now. It's a new lava mic. I hope you guys like it. Alex, tell me what you think about the mic. Is it better or is it worse? I need to know so that way I can either upgrade or switch back or buy a new mic. Let me know what you think, Alex. I would love to know your thoughts. Let's see. Wow, it's getting a nice pullback with that candle on SPY. Can it hold? Only LoFiTrading guru Magic Paul can tell. I am LoFi. Yeah, no, I'm not even going to act like it. But guys, yeah, if anybody calls themselves a guru or tells you that they know that this is going to happen, don't believe that guy. He might be right. He might be right the way it's going that day. But if anybody out there is trying to say, I know what's going to happen in the market, they are dead wrong. They are feeding you a whole line of BS, and you need to run far and clear. I will tell you right off the get, I am no guru. I am learning every single day. I don't know which way the market's going to go, but I do have an inclination of the way it might go, and then from there I calibrate my risk reward to see exactly how much money I can extrapolate in the market. So keep that in mind, guys. If you're hearing somebody feeding you a line of, hey, I got hope, I can give you this, I can give you that, you might want to react a little bit different than just handing over your wallet to them, handing over your ideas, handing over your wants and wills, because that is not so necessary when you are trying to create your formidable trading plans and do your due diligence. Now, I am happy I didn't get money out of there because this push back up into this area is wicking off. So it's looking like the overall trade still might work out for me. Do I want to add into here? Well, I should, and maybe I should, but I'm not going to because that is not the way I trade right now. maybe after I collect enough data on shorting these bigger cap stocks and playing the supply and demand, then I will start doing that. But I need lots of data. I'm going to protect my capital and keep on making money the way I know how to. But if I can learn how to make more or lose less, I will do that in the after hours with my mentors, with my friends, with our community, because I post it all in our Discord, which, speaking of which, we need to put that up in chat for you in case anybody wants to join. But let me make sure I catch my chat. Check out MTEM. Sure, we can look at MTEM. We'll bring up MTEM over here. And in case anybody's interested in that Discord, of course it's free, guys. It's always free. Dude, come join. What the F? All right, so let me go ahead and bring up this Discord and share this with you guys, because we have an ever-growing community. I can't believe how fast we're growing, guys. I absolutely love the fact that we have such a vast community here. I can't ask for anything more. Well, I can. Hit that like and subscribe, guys, because I want to start getting paid from YouTube for this, right? How cool would that be? That this is my full-time job and I don't have to go anywhere. And all I have to do is focus on the stream. That would be great. Well, help me get to 1,000 subscribers. That's when I start getting paid, and that's when people start taking you seriously. So I'm not begging. I'm just letting you know, ladies and gentlemen, I want to get paid. Just like you want to get paid, because that's why you're here. You're learning the indices. You're seeing where everything is and where everything's not. Go ahead and smash this like button right on your screen. I'm showing you how to do it. Smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, guys, and leave a comment. Let me know what you want changed, what you like, what you don't like, what you think we should do to make this show better. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Discord up in the poll, in the comment section. If you want to join that, you are free to. Now, Meta looks like it's squatting right down on that VWAP area, looking absolutely scrumptious. If you are in short, I would suggest make sure you always pay yourself, because VWAP is usually where the play is. So, do I pay myself here? Well, I've already paid myself up here, and I'm feeling kind of silly about it. So, I think I might hold just a little bit longer, but every time I say, I'm going to hold for a little bit longer, I lose money. So maybe, nah, I'm not doing it. We're going to wait. We're going to wait here. We're going to see what kind of volume comes in. We're going to see how this thing wants to play out. So, let me distract myself with MTEM. So with MTEM popping up here, it looks like we had a nice little gappy on the scanners right here. Let me see what kind of gap we had in the morning. So this thing gapped up 86%. Looks absolutely great, but it gave back almost all of those gains and some more. Now only up 33%, and it doesn't look like it's trading much liquidity. Let me go to the 1 minute to really take a peek. So this thing isn't really liquid. We are seeing volume coming in, and you can make a play on this, but I'm not seeing anything on the overall levels. So if I look at the yearly, we can see that it's just getting up underneath that 200-day moving average, and it sold off hard. And now we're trying to create a level at the 68. It broke through. Trying to create a level at 59. It broke through, and then it didn't even bounce off it. It's looking like it's heading lower. So I would be very careful with MTEM. I'm not even going to put this on my watch list unless this thing gaps up again higher and creates like a multi-day runner situation out of this area. So I just checked out that MTEM for you. Oh, I had a brain fart. Now I'm calling you 416 trades. Amelia. So, yeah. Let's keep on carrying on, guys. I'll be running through the indices on this left-hand side. We got Meta up here on the right-hand side. Looks like it's getting a nice little bounce there off that VWAP again, but I do not trust. I do not trust, no sir. It looks like it didn't even get up against or past that last wick, and it's getting sold off hard again. So be really careful out there, guys. And plus, I'm on the 1 minute. The 1 minute is scary to watch. It is too much information for me. When I watch the 1 minute, the only time I'm looking on a 1 minute, guys, is if I see an accumulation. If I see an accumulation situation like we seen on NVDA, not yesterday, but the day before. Actually, I seen one yesterday too. I tried to play it, but it broke down. So I started to see an accumulation right here with the higher lows, and I see in this area, I tried to play this. It broke down. I stopped out for a very small loss, probably $30 loss, where yesterday we earned over $150 on that accumulation long that set up over VWAP. So I'll just bring that up really quick for you guys. I'm on the 1 minute so you can see it, but I found this pretty little accumulation right here on this chart. So we had all this morning talk, and then we had a breakdown on VWAP that got soaked right back up. So we created lower lows and higher highs. Then each each peak created a new higher low, and a new higher low, and then we had this area. Then we had this lower low, this higher low, higher low, higher low, and then this area. So in this area, I was on the 1 minute because I seen how tight the range was getting, and so I took this, using this as the base, got 100 shares in, and this thing really took off. So I wanted to play that again. Now I knew it was a little different on NVIDIA today, or yesterday, because this higher low did not was not above VWAP, it was below VWAP, so it did head the other direction, and then we ended up switching sides and taking the short on this trade. So beautiful plays all around, guys. I absolutely am happy with the way things are trading out and the way things are looking overall for my trading. But when it comes to the overall market, what do we got going on? OCEA is almost there. Well, we need to take a peeky gander, and it looks like the overall SPY is bouncing right back up into that area that it was in over VWAP this time. It doesn't look like it's doing it on a ton of volume here. So we're going to see how it wants to react in this area. It looks like it's selling off again. I need to get out of the 1 minute. Why do I keep forgetting that I'm in on the 1 minute. I'm like, man, this is crazy. There's so much information here, but we need to zoom out. We're looking at the hourly. Yeah, we bounced up again. We're selling off again. We're trading below VWAP area, and things are just looking really, really kind of selling off today, guys. Are we going to catch a bid somewhere, or are we just going to keep failing to the south side? So we're going to see. The Qs had a nice push above VWAP, but now are trading below it and are squatting back down on that 200-day moving average. Now, let's bring up OCEA, because the squad took the trade today. Now, guys, remember, we have this overhead resistance at 12. Now, we got in just to show you how to play this. We are up 1R on this trade, right? We're up 1R on this trade. We took 5 shares at $8.50 because that's a psychological area, risking $8 because not only is that its support, but it's also a psychological area, so we brought it just below that area. Now we're getting a nice little push here, but guys, remember, I talked about this. This is why I wanted to show you. I'm going to take this trade so I can hold your hand through this trade as well, because we're getting a pop right up into this area of resistance. So I'm expecting this thing to kind of come back down and trade sideways in this $9 area now. Between $8.50 and $10. I think it's going to hang out here for a while, guys. So don't get too excited. Now, I hope I'm wrong. I hope this thing goes up to 100 like in a blink of an eye, right? I hope this thing is just the most spectacular trade that you could have, But crazy morning, Mr. Dave. Yeah, John Hammer. And we're getting better, John. We're getting better at bringing in the news. Today, I think we got it within 11 seconds, 15 to 11 seconds, 10 seconds, somewhere around there. So we're getting better at bringing in the news and seeing the data as it happens. So yeah, John, this morning was absolutely crazy, but I'm just happy that you're here. I'm glad that you're here, brother. I'm glad that you're popping in still and you're saying hi. John has been with me from really the very beginning. He's seen a lot of my crazy trades, and I would consider John another one of my mentors, just because we do a lot of chatting, a lot of talking, and I bounce a lot of ideas off of him. Guys, you got to understand, you need to surround yourself with like-minded people if you want to succeed in this, because you need good friends that are going to say, hey, your trading is absolute hot garbage. Why are you playing this? They need to ask you those hard questions. They need to say, hey, why did you do this, or why did you do that? And those are all great questions, because if you can't answer that, or it makes you mad, if you have an ego because somebody's asking you a question, that's when you need to step back. You need to ask yourself, hey, what's really going on here? Is my trade garbage, and is what he's saying have some truth? Now, of course, I'm not saying that John and I ever had that, but I'm saying that's why you need to surround yourself with good people, good friends, good people that are going to give you the real criticism, the real criticism. And John, I appreciate that, brother. We all need to help each other out one way or another, and we can all learn from each other, because honestly, you're a loser unless you learn, right? You're a loser unless you learn, guys. That's the motto here. You're a loser unless you learn, and that's the honest to goodness truth. So John, I appreciate that. I do appreciate that, guys. We need to work on everybody helping everybody out, because this area can be so scary in the market. When you are trading and you are new and you don't know what the heck is going on, That's A-okay, guys. Surround yourself with good, positive people. They will help you through the hard times. So right now we have Meta trading at 182.59 and OCEA at 965, looking really good in this area, holding that $9, that new $9 psychological area. Will it hold 950 as well? And keep on keeping on. Only time is going to tell, guys. So it looks like we're starting to see a little pop. I need to run through the indices, so excuse me on this left-hand side. We're going to get rid of this data, and we're going to see we got a lot of things kind of pushing up. So we got the SPY pushing up onto that VWAP area. Let me go to the 15 to see if I can get a little bit more information out of this, because I'm starting to get a little squeamish, as you guys know. If we're trading around VWAP or above VWAP, we trade around that area for too long, I need to get out of this trade. You know, I need to get out of this trade because we could push up higher and see an even bigger push for an either bigger sell-off or a hold. Now, I think the overall, my overall bias is obviously to the south side because I am short on Meta. Now, I do have that bias, and I am keeping an eye on that bias. So we need to be careful with our biases, right? So SPY is trading up at 289.65, trying to hold so it doesn't break down any lower from this area. But remember, guys, this is the SPY. It's under the 200-day moving average, and it's wicking off on the 15-minute under VWAP. So that could be very bad news for the bulls. I almost said bad news bears, but the bulls will be happy with that, you know. So keep that in mind, guys. We are watching this thing, and just as I say that, it shapes up, and now it's passing. It's on top of VWAP. Is it going to hold in this area? That would be absolutely scrumptious for the overall market. So I think, man, I tell you, every time I do this, but that's the difference between smart money and dumb money. Now, I might be dumb money, but I still make money. I just need to be smart money so I make even more, right? I like to play those supply and demand areas, but what do I have a hard time doing? Holding. I'm the paper hands. I have paper hands, guys. Yes, they call it paper hands for a reason, but you are paper hands with risk in mind, then you're A-okay because you're still making money. But I can be diamond hand Dave with diamond hands holding for dear life as long as I've already paid myself. Well, I've already paid myself. Why can't I hold? Well, because I see money, I see P&L, and I've been hurt so many times before. Can we lower? Can he hold onto his trade? Oh, Dave, can you just hold? Well, that's me talking to me, just trying to have an intelligent conversation here with a box of, no, I'm just kidding, but we'll keep on keeping on, guys. So we got Meta, it's trading at 182.22. I'm having a hard time holding out of this trade because I know what things can do when they hang out above that VWAP area. So let me run through, we'll catch up on the chat in just a second, but we have SPY, looks like it's breaking down in this area, lots of wicks on the 15 at the top. That's what I want to see for a continuation lower, not what I want to see for the 401k, for the bulls in this sector. So Q trading below that VWAP area, doesn't look like it's going to hold with that many wicks up top, but we will see. These are buy or sell recommendations. Netflix still breaking down. Well, Microsoft looks like it's the strongest out of the group, trying to hold above VWAP with Meta, as Meta squatting down on the 5-minute, squatting down on that VWAP area. What is VWAP? The VWAP is the volume weighted average price, meaning throughout this day, the average price right now is 181.92. So it is trading above, meaning anybody that's in the stock, the average person that is in the stock is actually up money if they are longing right now. So that might give more people more bullish sentiment to head to the north side, and it looks like we are starting to get some of that in Microsoft as well as Meta, looking like overall stronger in the market. And Amazon's also trading above the VWAP area. So we're getting mixed signals across the board, where some stocks are holding above VWAP, where some stocks are squatting down and heading lower and wicking at those VWAP areas. Tesla looking very bullish here. And when I say bullish, I'm saying it is pushing up bullish, but it is still running into that resistance, guys. So keep that in mind, that 175 area, starting to see like a lot of selling off, that 175, 178. Tesla may go up to 181, 187 as long as above 174. I hear you, Joshi. I see it. I'm seeing in the overall market confluency among the area. I'm thinking that we're going to see some wicking and we're going to see some sell-off in this area. But these are buy-sell recommendations, guys. This thing could shape up and head onto the north side. But look at me, Diamond Dave hands holding out of that Meta trade. Now we are up over $100 on this trade. Goodness gracious, can you believe it? He actually pulled through. Instead of paying himself off one too many times, he actually held for the break of VWAP. Can we head lower? Can Diamond Dave keep on holding on to this? And when I say Diamond Dave, I'm trying to do it jokingly, guys. I am not. I don't think I'm Diamond Dave. I don't want anybody thinking I'm I'm getting big-headed and all that stuff, but if my head gets too big, you'll hear it. It'll smash on this table. It'll hit and clack a lot of the keyboards, and you'll hear the microphone make a lot of sound. So hold back, hold your beers, hold your coffees, because Diamond Dave is trying to hold on to this meta trade down to the south side. Now, what do you guys want me to look at? Should we bring back up that beautiful OCEA? Well, we sure can. Remember, this is a rip your face off stock, guys. We are in this at that $8.50 area. We found it shaping up in the market using that $8 as a psychological and technical area to take a short. To cover our shorts if it does break back down. Now, we are holding off into this knowing that we are in resistance and we are trying to chew through this resistance area. Will it chew through it? I'm not 100% sure, but what I do know is if I had a bigger position size, I would be paying myself into this area. So what's going to happen here? Well, we want to see this thing shape up on this 9 area, carry up to 12 where I can take half of my shares or 3/4 of my shares and then hold on to that last quarter for what? For break even. That's when I bring my stop up to break even, and that way we have no remorse on holding that for the bigger move. So that way we pay ourselves in and then we do what we got to do. So let's read. A New Vision says SPY bullish. And you're talking Netflix. So we'll bring up Netflix, and I don't know why you think SPY looks bullish, but NFLX, I will say this, it is at its bottom. So if there were be a time to hold on the SPY, now would be the time for the SPY to hold, right? So if you're bullish on the SPY, that means you are looking at this area and you're thinking, hey, it's at its lows of the day. We've seen some wicking off on the bottom. Can it hold? Well, I am a bear with bull horns. You know I am skeptical about this pullback now that we are below the 200-day moving average. So being the bear that I am with the bull horns, I want to see this go higher. I want to see this hold out. But with the overall market looking the way it is, I got my claws out, guys, and I'm looking to swipe lower. So I'm expecting lower, but I want it to move higher for my 401k, for my Roth IRA, because even every day that I'm making money, my retirement is losing that money. But I know, just as well as I hope you know, it is healthy for the market. We cannot go straight up in the market. If everybody becomes a millionaire, then everybody has $1 million, and being a millionaire is worth nothing. So keep that in mind. Capitalism right here at its finest, guys. I can extrapolate money on the downside. When everybody's accounts are losing money, we can take a shilly little short by the seashore, and we can make money. And that's what we're doing here, and I'm doing it to prove it to you guys. Remember, we were holding that last 25 down here. It came way up, stopped me out, but we seen what was going to happen. Why did I stop out? Dave, why didn't you just hold? Because you need to have risk in mind. I wasn't risking much past this. So if we got in here and I didn't see a top and this thing wanted to keep on traveling higher, well, then I would be glad that I was out. But you can always stop out. You can always reassess the situation, and then you can always take the trade at a later time. Okay? It's that simple, guys. You don't have to hold. If you hold on to something and you know you should be out, then that's because you have a hard time accepting a loss, accepting that you are a loser, and you are a loser unless you learn from that loss. So let's cut our losses quick. Let's take our big money and let's extrapolate as much money from this market as we possibly can. Now, I'm seeing this huge dip here, a huge push down in liquidity, and it makes me want to get some money out. Dave already got money out up here. Yes, I'm speaking in third person, so you know it is me taking that money out. Hi, I'm Dave. If you don't know me, I am the host of LoFiTrader. I love this show. I have a passion for stock market and trading, and I'm here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. If you want to see more of me, well, great. Hit that subscribe button, because that's the only thing I'm going to ask of you is 3 things. Show up for pre-market prep, hit that like button, and smash that subscribe button. We are up to 18 likes. We want to get up to 25 likes today. And don't forget, guys, we are almost up to that 300 subscriber marker. The last I looked, we were at 195. So if we can keep on keeping on, you better believe I would like to see that subscriber count hit 300 by today. So if we hit 300 by today and I don't see it, I want somebody else to let me know, because I absolutely love bringing you guys the best possible commentary, analysis, and trading right here to you, right on your screens, your computer screens, your TV screens, and your cell phones. I'm here, baby. I'm here. All you got to do is click and watch. We can learn how to extrapolate some money from the market together. So it looks like we're getting some big soaking here on the bottom, but I'm not seeing a lot of volume come in. We're seeing a doji candle here at the base. So we know we are expecting a little something in this area. But Are we going to have a lot of volume? Are we going to see a lot of pickup? The SPY looks like it wants to hold this area, but we're not seeing a ton of volume come in. We're not seeing a lot of buyers, and that can be a scary place in the overall market, guys. So be careful, okay? Be careful out there. Know what your risk is. I know what my risk is. I'm trying to earn that Rari, or at least some grocery money, right? So we're up a small $107 on this trade. We're actually up a little bit more on this trade because we had to fight back from that what said was a $30 or $40 loss. So I think we're actually up about 150 bucks on this trade, guys. It looks absolutely great, unless this math is already calculated it for me, but I think it starts off as a new trade after I closed it out. So don't get me wrong, I don't really know what I'm fully up or down yet. Thinkorswim can be silly, but what I do at the end of the day is I take my trades, I put them in my my database, which is TraderView, and then I extrapolate as much information as I can. I figure out where I did good, where I did bad, and what I can do better, because I'm a loser unless I'm learning from it. So let's take a look at JFBR, guys. JFBR is pushing up to these highs. What am I looking at right away when I see JFBR push up to these highs? We got two spots. We got the high of day, and we have the area of liquidity. When I zoom in now on the 15-minute, you can see, bam, its first stop was that's top. And then its second top was a push back up into this area of liquidity, and it looks like it's chopping around in that area. Now, we're gonna need more time for this JFBR to see what it wants to do, but if it wants to hold this patch of liquidity at 165, then we might see a play start to happen on JFBR. Now let's take a look at UNCI. Good old UNCI. UNCI Therapeutics, guys. So UNCI just keeps on going hickety higher, but we did point out that they had a pretty little base at 189. Now, if you guys remember yesterday when I was looking at this trade, it was pretty simple. When I was looking at this trade, I didn't expect it to take off from here. So it looks good, but we gotta be honest, we gotta be transparent. I expected this thing to bounce a few more times before heading up to that 250 area. Now, UNCI is still heading higher, it still looks good, and we might want to keep an eye on it in case it wants to come back down to test this $2 area, okay? So we're gonna keep an eye on UNCI, but we're not going to take any tasty trades on UNCI just yet. Let me run through the overall indices because I want to make sure that if this is a good time to get out, then I want to get out. And yes, I know I would love to hold on for the longer expected move, but I'm a bear in a bull market. This is still uptrending. It did break that 200-day moving average, so I am risk off. I am looking for shorts, but when I make that money in the shorts, I like to be quick to take that money out because I like to protect my capital. I've lost enough money to know that I want to protect my capital. So what am I going to do here? Do I sell out? Do I sell the rest of this out? Do I take another piece down here in this area? I think the best thing for me would be to get out in this area. So I'm going to go ahead and buy 25 more in this market before we get back up too high. We're going to go ahead and take another 25. We locked in some more profits there, and now we're going to see what wants to happen here. Maybe we come up to this VWAP, we test this VWAP, and we fail hard, and that might be the scenario. That should be the longer move that I hold out for, but I can promise you this, I'd rather pay myself and then see another spot where I can make more money rather than playing in this middle area. That's all I'm doing is playing in this middle area, and I don't like to diddle in the middle, as they say on Traded TV Live. So what do I do? Well, this is what I can do, guys, because I have such a stinking hard time holding out for the longer move. I could say, well, I know for a fact this is my stop out. This would be my last stop, right? So if my trade, if I got into this short, let's just put this short where it was, 183.48. All right, we're in right here. Now, I've already made money on this trade. I can just bring this to break even, but this right here, this top right here would be really more the area that we would want to set this stop. So if I set that stop at the high of days, right, and it comes all the way back up there and stops me for high of day, then I'm still going to extract, I've still earned money on this trade, right? So I like that, but the real question is, will I be squeamish and wish I got out down here? Because why not take all your money out down here if we're expecting a push up higher? Well, I don't know what's going to happen. So I've already taken my money out. So now I want to let the rest of this roll. We want to let the rest of this ride for the overall trade. So I think what I'll do is know that I only have 25 shares left. I'm down to my last quarter of this trade, last quarter of this trade. So when I'm holding on to this last quarter of this trade, I need to understand that I need to give this room. I need to give this time. I need to give this room. We need to see what the overall market wants to do here. So if we look at the overall market, it looks like it's trying to create new lower highs. It needs to make this new lower high for anybody to be willing to get in down at these areas, okay? So keep that in mind, guys. We need to see everything shaping up down here in these areas, or it's going to be bad to the bone, okay? So it looks like everything is trying to create new lower highs. Can it get above the VWAP? Can it sustain these price areas? Only time's going to tell now, guys. So this could be either, like I was saying yesterday, the worst area to buy or the best area to buy. You know, if you buy at these lows and we keep on heading higher from here, you may have cherry picked the bottom. But with the overall market and the sentiment that we're getting in the news and from talking about more rate hikes or higher rate hikes, it's really putting a damper on this market, and it's really getting pulled back. So overall, the market was expecting to lighten rate hikes or to do the same rate hike at 0.25%. But I think they're talking, and I say I think because I don't pay too much attention to the news. We only pick up the news as it comes out that day on that hour. And it's simple as this, guys. It's not looking good. They're talking about raising interest rates, or that they're going to have to do it for longer. So that being said, that's going to be a very bullish or a bearish sentiment to the overall market. Okay, so be careful out there, guys. We want to make sure that we can extrapolate as much money as we possibly can from this market. Now, as much as I would like to play this VWAP area to the south side, we have wicking going on the bottom. And when I start to see conforming wicking like this, it makes me really curious what is going to happen. So we have Microsoft also trying to push above the VWAP now, trying to push above its day's highs. Let's take a look at our fanboy Amazon. It is now trading. It's trading, but it's not. It's trying to trade back up into that supply area, but every time it gets up there, it sells off. All right, Meta's giving a nice little push now. Good for you, Meta. Let's see if it can get up any higher. As Microsoft also doing the same thing, giving a nice little push. I want to see how NVDA and Tesla are doing in these areas. Same thing. So we're looking to see across the board, we're starting to see some confluency. It's starting to hold on Tesla. It's starting, let's see what NVIDIA looks like. It's starting to hold above that VWAP area on NVIDIA. Let's see how Tesla's looking. It's starting to hold above that area. Apple, let's take a look at Apple. Apple's looking weak here. It's still below VWAP. It's looking like it's weak compared to the rest of the market, so please be careful. We're having mixed signals now. Google is still below that VWAP area, and it still has a ways to go until it's in its supply. Yeah, so Meta actually looks stronger. It's trading above its VWAP area, but it's still looking stronger in the overall market with everything pulling back and everything looking like it's going to fail. Meta still looking strong. Wow. That's amazing to me. You love to see it, guys, for the overall market. If Meta can hold this area, hold this 181, Meta could be a really nice trade for the future. Same for NVIDIA and same for Microsoft. All of these tech stocks, or all these, yeah, I think I said it right. They're holding out. They're creating new higher lows, and things are looking really nice. So I'm going to go ahead, give this a few more minutes, but because you know what, this push up too, guys, we have to understand, I'm not seeing a lot of volume come in on this push, so be careful. Let's see, SPY is playing Scalper City again, move up and move down from the VWAP. Yep, that's absolutely right, Scalp City. Scalp City, but it looks like we're getting a nice little play here on NVIDIA. NVIDIA, if it breaks these highs, it might want to have a nice little bullish push to the north side. If that's true, if that works out, you know, it might head right back up to this 240 area. This area of resistance, or well, I think 233 would probably be the first spot. So, but it could break out through. It could get right back up and head towards that 240. So we'll see. We need to see volume though. I'm not seeing volume. Look at this, guys. If we look at the 5 minute, this will give you, like, there's no volume on this green push. None. Okay, we had some volume here, but it was met with some sell-off volume, but we're not seeing a lot of volume here. So I want to see some bigger volume come in to show me that there are people stepping in, because right now I think we're just getting volume into sell-off. Let me look in the 1 minute. I don't care to zoom in this far, but
I like to see. Yeah, so we are getting a nice little volume push right here, but let's compare it to the rest of the volume. So we had big sell-off volume. We're getting a little bit of a push here. Are we going to get even more backing this up? Can we get another push like this in this area? We might see a nice bullish sentiment to the north side. So NVIDIA, if it can break out through this area, that's going to look really good for NVIDIA. And it looks like it just did. So NVIDIA, if it can get some legs here, this thing might push higher. I'm going to go ahead and buy into this market. Yes, I'm buying high, and this might be the worst place to do it. But I have now protected the trade, and we have made a nice pretty penny on Meta. So good for us on that trade. I will be looking for another area to short since these pushes here might look weak. But either way, guys, we are in it to win it, and we are going to be looking for some more trades. So we are up on the day. OCEA looking absolutely great. OCEA pushing back to the north side at 9:44. It's time for some coffee. See you, Joshi. Take care, brother. Awesome job today. Thank you very much. All right, guys. So let's make sure we're all squared away with everything. Everything's looking pretty good to me, I personally think. So we got to keep in mind, guys, the CPI is on the 14th. So today is Friday. 14th is the Monday, right? I think, let's see. We'll just take a look. Fed chair, blah, pop test, blah, blah. So we need to look at next week. Okay, so next week we got core CPI on Tuesday, okay? Core CPI comes out. The forecast is 0.4. If CPI comes out higher than that, that'll look pretty bad in the overall market. Now look at this, guys. I'm telling you, every time I want to get out of those last little shares, that should be the time I'm just selling in. You see that I am still learning in these situations, guys. What do you mean by learning in these situations? Well, every time I get out, it seems to be the blow off top. But now I'm getting out and I'm paying myself as I go down. So it's good. It's not a bad thing. But you guys have to understand that it's hard. You get squeamish. Trading is hard sometimes. So I pay myself on the way down. I try to hold for the longer expected move. And sure enough, I have a hard time holding on to it. So that's A-okay. That's going to happen, guys. And you're going to see sometimes we do good trades. Sometimes we do bad trades. But in this case, we still made money on this trade. So trying to cherry pick the top is never a good thing. We always want to be careful with that. All right. So here we go, guys. I decided to take another shares short here. I took another 100, but it looks like I'm going to stop out of that pretty quick. So giving back some of those losses or some of those gains that we worked so stinking hard for, but that's A-okay, guys. I'm happy with trading in front of you. I love these live trades. It always makes me feel good. We got 21 votes already on will OCEA hold $8. So let's get a couple more votes on that. Let's try and get that to 25 so we can end that vote to see what people think before it actually does its thing. So we're going to keep an eye on it. We'll see what we want to do here. So I need to go over the overall market really quick. So give me 1 second. If you don't see anything that I am seeing, or if you're seeing something that I'm not, I want to know about it. SPY, big jump up, 391.32. New Vision, it looked like you were right. It looked like we are bullish down here at the base. We are finally starting to see some volume come in. We're going to need to see some more volume come in with that if we want overall more bullish to the north side. So SPY getting a huge push. Is this the sell-off? Is this where everybody gets sold into? Only time will tell. But I'll tell you this, guys. I like the trade. I'm in the trade, and I am short in Meta. So we're going to see if this is the blow-off volume and if this want to head lower. If not, and it wants to stop me out again, that's A-okay, guys. I like to take these trades. We got a good sentiment, a good push to the door side. And if I'm looking for the short, if I'm going to be bearish in this situation, I'm going to say, hey, the SPY just pushed back right back up to its day high. Now it's playing that red-green area. There's going to probably be some sell-off because if anybody thought we were bullish in this area, they were stuck in that trap. So now taking that short to the south side, of course, guys, if I did the original trade with that 25 shares, we'd still just be in those 25 shares, holding on to it for the longer expected move. But we got scared out. We took our trade, we seasoned our meat, and we cooked it, baby. So that means we made some money. Yeah, because too many analogies, you will be confused as heck, right? PBF, let's take a little peeky gander at PBF. Oh yeah, so PBF did finally get back. Now we talk about PBF right here on this day. I drew this line, this area of liquidity out for you to show you. What was I trying to show you guys? Really simple, really simple. We are at the highs. So we look at the daily right here. I pulled it over here from these highs, this liquidity cesspool that we were trading off into. So what happened? We followed this 10-day moving average. We pushed right up into those highs and we sold off into it. The best case scenario would be to sell off, find support right here like we did at this 45 area, and now we are pushing higher. So what I see on this is in a beautiful trade that has a nice risk now. So you've waited long enough for PBF. This does look like a nice area to risk, but keep in mind that this is an energy stock. So while the market comes down, this is probably going to do better. People like to buy into those when things are scary. So keep that in mind. Now I got to keep an eye on my trade, guys, because it's going against me again. So we're going to keep an eye on this thing. We're going to use this risk as the high of, or we're going to use this risk right here at the peak, because this is going to be my final area of loss. So now you know where my risk is. You'll always know where my risk is. I'm always trying to be as transparent as I can. If you don't see my risk on here, you got to ask me so I can work it through, so I can understand where my risk is regardless, okay? So we got to push back up here on lower volume. I'm not seeing a lot of people stepping in. We would see volume like we seen this morning if we could push any higher. So to me, that's a push to the north side in an area that we can sell off again. So am I going to give it back? Am I going to give the money back that I made today? It might be. That might be a-okay, but sometimes that is trading. That's a-okay with me, guys. As long as we have the rest of the day and we have our risk in mind, I'm okay with giving a little back. So let's see what we got going on here. PBF, yeah, pushing higher, looking great. And when I talk about the energy, about it pushing higher, we're just talking about the overall in the bear market. In the bear market, guys, the overall market for the energy and the health sector have been hot. Now, I haven't been through the sectors in a while, but if I go through them, we'll probably see a lot of this selling off because of the insecurities and the unsureties and the FUD that's in the market right now. So, just be careful if you're looking at taking any kind of trade. Everything is speculative and everything is kind of hard to trade right now because nobody really knows where the market is going to lie. Now, I was very, very sure about this, the SPY, right? I was sure about the SPY. What was I sure about it? Well, I was sure that if we broke below that 200-day moving average, that I am risk off, right? And so I've been risk off. You see me first thing this morning get rid of like a lot of my trades, being risk off. But on the same hand, guys, everything could just turn right around and start heading to the north side. That's just what I use. That's what I use to calibrate where the market's at and how the market is trading. Now, it looks like we are trying to hold these highs. I've seen this before, guys. I'm going to go ahead and get out right now because I think at least I know it's about to happen. I feel it. I can feel it in my loins. This looks like this could break out here, guys, is what I'm saying. But I don't like to play these breakouts. I'm very bad with these breakouts. So I just cut my loss there at that break of that high. We're going to see what this thing wants to do here because these highs, these could easily just take off and go crazy. Now, I'm on the 1 minute. That's probably part of my issue here is I'm giving myself too much information when in reality, I see the same trade really playing out. We're seeing some wicking up. We're seeing a lot of people trying to fight this, but a push up on no volume, I need to go through the indices and then I will catch up on chat. So bear with me here, guys. Let's take a look. All right, SPY's getting a pullback. Is it going to soak up this pullback? But this nice little push off these bottoms, this could be a great sign for the market. And I sure do hope the market does great, guys. This looks absolutely scrumptious for the overall market. If it can do its thing and we can get volume in this area, this might be an amazing trade for the overall market. And you love to see it. You want to see the market go higher if you have a 401k, a Roth IRA, or anything of that nature. IWM looking like it's at its top. QQQ's looking like it's back to red-green area. It looks like Netflix is also back up to its red-green area. And also for Microsoft, right back up to its red-green from yesterday. So time will tell, guys, but this looks like a very tasty area to take a skeptical or a very interesting area to take a trade. So what is going to happen here, guys? Only time is going to tell. But because I keep getting stopped out, I'm going to take a little bit less of share size on this and try and catch a bid closer to this top. All right, so I'm in 25 shares short at this top. I keep trying to catch the tops. Am I trying to cherry pick it? Well, we already have a top here, so I know my next risk. I took 25 shares at this top. Can he hold for the larger expected move? We will see, but I can easily just set my stop right here. So if I take another loss, it will be a small loss. Jed, that's how we like them. Big wins, small losses, right, guys? That's how we want to play this game. So we got my next stop order out right here. Look at this. Things are looking strong in the market. You gotta love it. It don't matter whether I'm winning or I'm losing. If the market looks good, the market looks hot, then that makes me feel good, baby. You know you'll love to see it. So don't get too excited up here, guys, because we are running into resistance. It looks like across the board. So this is gonna be the tall tail sign. Is this gonna break on through, then come back and test, or is it going to fail in this area and head lower? So we're gonna need a little bit more time to learn, to let this move digest, because we are getting a beautiful push to the north side. So what's going to happen here for Microsoft, right there at its resistance area, Netflix back up to that red-green area, the Qs back up to that red-green area. It's going to take a lot of proving in this area, guys. There is going to need a lot of proving in this area. So right now it is not looking, overall it's not looking good, because everything would have to push through, and if everything can push through, then that is going to look extremely bullish for the market. But if it can't push through and we are lingering around this area like a fart, this might be bad news bears. I mean, good news for the bears, but bad news for the bulls. So can we keep on keeping on? Can we hold on for the bigger expected move here, guys? Or are we going to have to stop out for another small loss, doing what we usually do in pre-market, or not pre-market, but during GEVO and LLP? I'm happy to take a look at those. So GEVO, well, hello GEVO. Looks like we're getting a little bit of liquidity off that base there. We're going to need to see this thing pull back and catch somewhere. That's what we need to see. We need to see GEVO pull back and catch somewhere and trade sideways to show us that this thing isn't going to just go lower with every pop that it has. So no levels to see right now on GEVO, but if this thing wants to keep on heading higher, go to the moon if it wants to. But I'm going to be looking for this trade when it pulls back and it shows us support on a psychological area. So GEVO, that's going to be for the future, possibly. LLAP. All right, guys, so when we look at LLAP, we are also getting a nice little pop-up, lots of wicking at the top. You can guess what might happen in this area, because we have had this on our watch list for a while. We knew it popped up into a liquidity area back here from 10.28.22, and then it sold off. It came back up, and every time it pops up into that liquidity area, it just sells off and sells off harder. So today we're getting a little bit of a pop-up, and it probably is going to run into some liquidity. But just keep in mind, guys, this is barcoding. It's not an easy one to trade. This is not for me, and it's not one that I'm really going to keep on the watch list. So looks like everything is looking pretty solid. It's still hanging out here at the top. If this thing wants to hang out here, guys, this thing really might want to head higher, and there we go. So we're going to see, does this thing want to keep on keeping on? We are going to say, hey, goodness gracious, this market's looking strong right here now. What is going to happen? So we took another small loss. It looks like we are, I don't want to say we're down 26 for the day, because we started 26 down. We're pretty much break even for the day, guys. That 25 from yesterday, we aren't going to worry about, think about, or sweat about. So we are looking like we are right up here at these peaks, at the peaks of everything. We need to see how everything looks in these areas, right? Let's see how everything looks. So it looks like NVDA wants to hold in these areas. Does Amazon want to hold? It looks like Amazon wants to hold in these areas. It looks like Microsoft is trying to hold in these areas. It looks like Netflix is getting a push off of the VWAP in this area. Are we going to get some crazy bullish sentiment today? We need to see the VIX, guys. How is the VIX looking? So the VIX, the volatility index, is at 2418. I'm going to turn up my sound to see how I sound really quick. That sounds like garbage. That sounds like absolute garbage, guys. I'm gonna have to switch back to the snowball. I will switch back to the snowball tomorrow. So sorry about the microphone. We tried to upgrade it yesterday, but I tried to do it for cheap, right? I tried to do it for cheap, and sometimes when you do things for cheap, you get cheap products, but that's A-okay. I have a few more that I wanna look at, but I'm going to have to I'm gonna have to scrape up some money to get it, because I am not allocating any money directly to this. I want to make my money to allocate money directly to this. So that being said, ladies and gentlemen, bear with me. We'll bring that snowball mic back out for tomorrow, and I'll make sure we are up and running. So while I still have you guys here, do me a big favor. Bring out this this YouTube right here, guys. Check it out. Smash that like, smash that subscribe. Look we're almost to that 20. We need to get to that 20, guys. We're at 19. Let me get that 20 on that like, please. And don't sleep on the subscribers, guys. If you're not subscribed, like half of you that watch me aren't, just know we're trying to get to that 300 subscriber marker. I'm not sure where we're at today, but this morning when I woke up, we were at 295. I'd love to see 300 get broke on that, and if we can, I would be extremely grateful. You can go ahead and count it as a favor to me. I would really appreciate it if you hit that sub. So let me go ahead and make sure I'm still sharing live, because we only have about 50 minutes left on this live show. And as you guys know, we have an awesome couple of sponsors. We have US Stock Traders Facebook group, and we also have Robinhood watch list. Robinhood Stock Market watch list on Facebook also lets me do my bidding on their show. So we are getting the pullback and the test now of that area. So we're going to see if this is something that we want to be a part of, guys. So let's take a look at the overall market and see. Goodness, I'm not playing Meta right now, so I think I'm going to back off on Meta because I don't want to give anything back to Meta, right? We don't want to give anything back to Meta, but let's look at the overall market because we want to see the market try and hold these gains. So maybe it comes back and tests that VWAP area before letting us know what it really wants to do. So we got the Qs here trading above VWAP, looking like it's in its resistance area. Netflix the same. I mean, everything across the board still running into resistance, whether it's its 200-day moving average, resistance up ahead. Yeah, everything just seems like it's running into resistance here. But if it can hold and we can head on higher, that would be absolutely beautiful. But yeah, guys, I just keep seeing these areas. I keep trying to play these areas. I keep getting smacked. I don't. It's hard telling. The market's hard today, guys, because everything's looking so bearish, and every time we get a push, we get a sell-off. But we are holding higher lows, so that is good news for the overall market. So today is a tough day to trade, but as long as you're using risk management, you should still be up money or at least break even. One thing we haven't looked at in a while is OCEA. So let's take a look at OCEA. It looks really nice right here. It's doing exactly like I talked about in pre-market prep. We want to see it base out around somewhere between 8 and 9, and it actually pushed up above that 9 area and is starting to base out below it. So we need to see what this thing wants to do in the near future. Hopefully, and I say that respectfully, that it can head on higher. So let's go ahead and take a look. Let's see. Nope, nothing there. No big deal. A-okay. Let's take a look over here. Remember, guys, that CPI data is on Tuesday. That's going to be very, very volatile in the market, okay? That CPI data is going to be very, very volatile. So keep that in mind, guys, on Tuesday. So Monday, I will remind you, of course, but keep that in mind. So SPY holding that area pretty hard. Yes, Alex. B. Stewie says, great job trying to make the show better. Yes, sir, every single day. Sorry about the microphone, guys. I hate that it's peaking. I hate that it sounds like I'm underwater right now, but it's the best that we have right now. If I switch to the snowball, it would take me too much time. And we only have 45 minutes here, guys, so we're going to end the stream using this mic, but we're going to be back tomorrow, Monday, actually. We'll be back Monday with the original mic while I look for something better. I'm going to try and find a deal. I'm sure somebody's got a microphone out there that I can buy from them for like a quarter of the price that it should be, you know. So be careful. It looks like we're starting to see a little bit of a pullback here in the market. And if we get that pullback, it might be a juicy one. So let's be careful. Mind your P's and Q's, guys. Make sure you know what you're risking when you risk it, because things can happen very, very fast in the market. So be careful, guys. Be very, very careful. So I took a little short there. I took a little bit more than I wanted to take. I took 100 shares there. Once I realized I took those 100 shares, by the time I could get 75 of those shares out, I was already up some money. So it was a good mistake. Now OCEA falling with the overall market, falling down lower. So we're going to see what we can do with these last 25 shares. We took 100 right there at that yellow mark again, and we're going to see if we can hold on to those last 25 shares for the bigger expected move. Now, is the bigger expected move all the way down, breaking new lows, or is it VWAP, or is it what? Well, if we look at the overall market, we can see it's creating new lower highs and it's trying to break out of these resistance areas. So we're going to want to see SPY ship shape up on this VWAP or ship shape up somewhere right now before it actually does anything. Like if basically what we want to see is if we're getting a pullback, we want to see it catching and holding some area. I do like sideways action. So if we can catch, hold, send it sideways, well then that's going to be a-okay for the longer expected move in the market. But if we don't want to do that and we want to head on lower, well, I have my chips on the bears because we are expecting a lower move, a bigger move lower after we hit this resistance. Now, could be completely wrong, guys. This thing could shape up and head on higher. That's when I'm going to exit my position and be happy with my earnings. So until that time comes, I'm going to sit here and bring you the best stock commentary analysis that I could possibly bring. So make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe, and let's see what Alex has got to say in the chat. He says, LoFiTrader, snowball mics aren't too bad either. They are solid. Yeah, except for my snowball mic is back when I was doing Lucid Dreaming podcast, probably, let's see, how old's my kid? He's 11, about to be 12. So it was about 13 years ago when I started that podcast up. That's how old this mic was. It was brand new 13 years ago. So I might actually have some viewers that are older than the microphone that I'm using. So I think we're due for an upgrade on this channel. But the thing is I am so cheap. I live like Graham Stephan, guys. So what do I mean by that is I try to penny pinch. I try to make sure that if I'm going out for a snack, I'm buying a can of pop and not a twist off top because that's an extra $1 for that. I'm trying to make sure if we go out for pizza that we have coupons. I'm trying to make sure, goodness gracious, you know what I mean. And you can see it. We go through it. The wife and I, we go through it all the time. We're a great team when it comes to trying to make sure that we're not spending. Why? Well, because we are competitive. She doesn't want to spend nearly as much as I do, and I don't want to spend nearly as much as she do. So at the end, we say, well, who spent more? I win or you lose, and that keeps you creeping in the back of your head. And that's why we do this here, guys. We surround ourselves with like-minded people that talk about like-minded things, and we take like-minded trades. And whether I'm playing a short up here, but you're playing a long down here, that's okay. We can talk about it because when I exit, I can give you my shares to make money on the north side. So there's many, many ways to make money. You don't have to be a bear. You don't have to be a bull. You can be a bear with bull horns or a bull with bear claws, right? You can play both sides of this story and you don't have to let your feelings or your butt get hurt. So we are still in 25 shares short on Meta. We're going to see what Meta wants to do because it's just lingering around over here. What we want to see for Meta to shape up, guys, because you know I'm bear right now, but if we want to see the bulls prevail, we got to look through this market right now and we need to see how things are shaping up. So we know the IWM took the biggest hit and it looks like it's trying to trade above that VWAP area right now. We're going to see if it does want to, as the SPY is soaking up around that VWAP area and Netflix is now breaking down below the VWAP area. Microsoft still trying here. It's a nice little push, still trading above the VWAP, and it looks like it's looking pretty healthy for Microsoft right now. Now, Amazon did touch its pool of liquidity, still trading above its VWAP, but it is so far below that 200-day moving average, I just don't trust anything that it's bringing to the table. So now we got NVDA. NVDA is going to be a big tall tale sign because we know NVDA was trading overall strong compared to the rest of the market. So if this can still trade overall strong compared to the rest of the market, then we can obviously see this thing trade sideways, hold this above VWAP, and even if it doesn't want to skyrocket to the north side, it will at least look strong if it's holding that 21-day moving average. So we're going to keep an eye on Netflix, but it's not giving us too much insight into what's going on. It's just kind of trading sideways, which is good for the overall market. Now, Netflix reaching those highs in the pre-market and selling off from that area. So 177.60-ish was the pre-market highs. It touched it, it started to sell off, and now it looks like it's trying its best to not give all of its gains back. Tesla is trading at 175.95, right back into what we can consider supply if it holds, okay? So it looks like things in the overall market are trying to hold. So I'm going to go ahead and get out of this trade and take a little win there, okay? So I think we made a little about 25 bucks off that trade. No big deal, just quick scalps, guys, just to play around. Let's see how OCEA is doing. OCEA is doing what we want. It's just trading around that $9 area. So you like to see it. You like to see that, guys. Now, is Meta going to fail from this double top? Only time will tell. I had plenty of shares in this, and we traded it back and forth, back and forth. Well, I'm already out. I got squeamish. I'm out of this trade, so we will take that small win. Now, if we could pop up one more time to this area and come back down, I am going to look more on the bullish side because the overall sentiment is showing that we're playing with fire now above that VWAP area. If we keep coming up and we keep testing and we keep testing and we keep testing, well, what's going to happen if there's more buyers than there are sellers? That means there's more demand than there is supply. If there's more demand than there is supply, then prices head higher to find more people that are willing to sell. It's that simple. That's supply and demand, guys. If you see through that supply and demand, you will be way better off as a trader. Okay? So let's see what's going to happen here, because if it just keeps on keeping on, we're going to have to stand behind it and get on those shoulders. So why don't you use MACD indicator? Well, I can tell you, let me tell you a little something about indicators, guys. Is this all my coffee? Let me pour the rest of my coffee, and then we'll talk a little bit about indicators and why I don't care for indicators at all. Now, the only indicators that I use are volume, price action. Okay, so volume and price action. I like to use RSI just for sentiment, and I like to use moving averages just for sentiment. But I don't ever just take these trades off of those recommendations. I don't take any trades like that, because if you just go off your lines, you're going to be messed up. You need to go over all of it and confluency through the market on the time scales. So when it comes to MACD, if I added MACD to my strategy right now, then I could add fibs. I could add Fibonacci retracements. I could add, the 50-day moving average as well. I could add, RSI indicators. There's so many different indicators that you can use. So when it comes to why I don't use MACD is, for one, I don't understand MACD. I could learn it really quick and I could get it all figured out and I could start using MACD. But here's the thing, I've been trading so long this way that if I add or subtract anything to it, it's not the way I trade. So this is the way I trade, this is what I do, and this is what I'm comfortable with. So when it comes to the MACD, I wouldn't believe anything the MACD says. Now, I could definitely read an article, and I know a little bit about what the MACD, you're looking for two different averages to cross, and then that's a bullish or bearish indicator. Like, I understand some of it. Same thing with fibs. I understand, the 62, the 30, like the percentages, and you find it in nature. Like, I understand these indicators a little bit, but I don't buy into them. I don't buy into them, guys. My price action is what tells me the most. And then when I draw out my supply and demand areas, that's what tells me the most. Now, if I'm looking for like an RSI divergence or different trades with my RSI, I will zoom out. I will look at the bigger picture. Like if I'm looking at Meta and I'm like, oh, hey, what does Meta look like? What am I seeing in Meta? And then I zoom out on this daily. Well, here's the daily. You can see that right in this area, it was oversold and we headed higher. And in this area, we were overbought and we headed lower. So I just kind of use that as a sentiment, like an idea, because I can tell, yeah, we have this push higher. You're gonna see some people taking profit. Like it's understandable with just making my liquidity areas. But I just throw the RSI up on there. Plus, I have a good friend who uses this RSI to take trades, and I like to call it out when I see one to see if I can get better at taking those RSI divergence. Stu, you know who you are, baby. So yeah, guys, that's why I don't use a lot of indicators. A lot of times you won't even see me using RSI ever. It's just up here. A lot of times you won't see me using the moving averages unless I'm looking at a longer term trade, right? Or if I look at a shorter term trades like OCEA, I can use that as a little catalyst to say, hey, well, this OCEA is still trading way too extended from this 10-day moving average, so why am I in this trade? I might use the indicators and those averages and all that crap just as like sentiment, and that's just part of it, guys. It's what you want to use. If you want to use a 10-day moving average, you can use it. Just know where it looks at on all the charts. Use it as a consistency throughout charts rather than this means I have to buy here, this means I have to sell here. That's just another indicator. So if you want to use MACD, but I don't use MACD specifically because I've never used MACD and I don't want to learn anything new. I want to just keep trading the way I've been trading because it's been working for me. So let's go ahead and look at my trade on Meta. So I got in Meta one last time on smaller share size, hoping to be able to hold the overall move. Of course, guys, I'm bearish and I'm fighting these bears, or I'm fighting the bulls, but it looks like I keep losing. So when I know that I've lost so many times in this area, what I'm going to do is I'm easy to flip, right? If I see this and I like it and I love it, and we see confluency across the markets, and that all this is happening, we might I might have to just flip sides, and there we go. We gotta get out again because it reached those highs. We take a small loss, and now we look, hey, are we bullish, baby? Are we going to be green in the market today? That makes me so happy. Look at the SPY. Look at this, another push. It held up above VWAP. It tried to come down to VWAP. It soaked right up at that 390, and now it's heading higher. Now, we can't get too excited because this has a lot of proving to do. It is still below that 200-day moving average, guys. So what do I want to see? What do I want to see? Well, as this thing pushes, just like this, I said, well, if this thing pushes, we want to see it trading sideways. Well, that's not a lot of sideways action, so how much of a push are we really going to get? Well, I'm hoping we go to the moon, baby. But if we don't, that's A-okay. 400 looks mighty and mighty tasty. If this thing can get up to 400 today, well, then game is back on because we'll be above that 200-day moving average. Now, will we be safe up there? Nope, we're going to have to stay on our tippy toes because we already broke well below that 200-day moving average, meaning it is not the best area for support. So, are we going to see volume come in? Are we going to see some expected moves? Well, I know that we got 30 more minutes left on this trading day. So, if you haven't already, go ahead, leave me a like, leave me a subscribe. Look at this screen right here, guys. You can just hit the live button right here to take you to the live broadcast. And then come down here, smash this like button. We only need a couple more likes in this area. It's looking good right now. We got 18 out of the 20 likes that we need. And while you're there, hit that subscribe button, guys, because that's the only thing I ask of you. Everything I bring to the table is free for you. Even all the data that I use, all the data that I bring. Can we head on higher? I think I'm done fighting to the bear side, guys. I think it has touched this liquidity too many times. So it looks like we might be moving higher from here. So only time will tell, guys. We had a nice little push. We might see some sell-off. Let me move out to this hourly. But every time I say this push, we might see a sell-off, we keep pushing higher. So it's looking good, but we are into that area. So we need to watch our P's and our Q's. If you have P's and you have Q's, you should watch them in this market. Now let's take a look at NVDA. Of course, NVDA is going to be the biggest mover right back up into that liquidity area. Guess what, guys? This is looking really good for NVDA. If it can hold this liquidity area, let me zoom out to the 1 hour to get a better peeky gander at what's going on. So when we see this liquidity area, we are looking at this base right here. All right. If it can hold that base now, come back and retest that, that would be great for a long area. Now the SPY is pushing up higher. It is looking great on the hourly. Let's look at the rest of the indices as Amazon looks like it is pushing higher. Let's see Meta, look at that scooped up Meta. Look at how pretty that looks. We need to bring up Meta on this side because I clearly don't think I'm done trading it. But now Meta right up into these 185s. Remember 185s, guys. Remember 185s? I don't know. 185s for Meta. Now that is going to be an interesting area. Goodness gracious, we know how many people are right there at that 95, that 185. Now Tesla is still pushing higher at 177.45. This is looking great for Tesla. If it can actually hold this area, continue to trade in this area, that's going to be great. I have a feeling that today is not going to be the craziest, probably some sideways action now as the lunch lull comes in. Maybe we hold sideways for the lunch lull and we can head on higher on that market push. And as we speak, 184.26 on Meta and 150.42 for Apple. So Apple, like I was telling you guys this morning, that Apple trading in this area, diddling in the middle, it could easily come back down to this 146.2 test, but it looks like it did hold out this small pool of liquidity in a psychological level of 150 area. So it's looking absolutely good. We like to see it in the market because Apple holds up most of our things. Let me catch up on chat, guys. So we got indicators are nice, but they are not perfect. Too much reliance on indicators start to not completely work in the longer run. Do not say that they are bad, but they are not 100%. You're absolutely right, Alex. Thank you for that. Also, remember, everyone trades different. Some indicators work better with different strategies. You are absolutely right on that too, Alex. I suggest always using the price action indicators, your volume and your price, to figure out what's going on in the market, so that way you can extrapolate more money from this cash. Matt, what's going on, Overdraft? It is good to see you, brother. What's going on? How's it going today? Well, we're up a little bit of money. We were up about, I don't know, about 150 bucks at one point today, but we gave most of that back. We still locked in some of those profits. I don't know exactly how much we are, but yesterday we were up about 150 bucks, and we were up about 150 for the whole month, actually. So we're going to see if we can keep on keeping on the green side with the LoFiTrader show. But always, guys, know that it is very, very hard trading. It's hard, definitely day trading. About 90% of people lose money day trading. So when you finally get to a point where you are extrapolating some money every day out of the market and you can be consistently green, that's when you know you've made it. That's when you know you need to really hone in, keep your finger on the pulse, and keep making that money. Now, 184.39 on Meta. Why am I hawking this thing? Because I know that 185 is a very, very powerful liquidity held area. Now, what I would like to see is it push up into it and fail hard. I'm not going to try and cherry pick the talk, but I can tell you right now, if it gets to that 185, we might see some movement, because a lot of this push is not really on a ton of volume, guys. So let me just bring up Meta to back up what I am saying here. So the pre-market volume, we had 3 million in Meta, and now to high a day, we have traded over 5 million shares. So if we bring up the base here, now you can see the overall trading shares on the volume is winning onto the sell side. And that sell side volume came in at these tops. The next win on the sell side volume was right here in this area, this VWAP area. So it's pushing back up into this area of 185, and it's pushing up on volume. So is it going to be met with that same amount of volume? Is it going to trade back down? Or are we free and clear? You think we're going to do good? You know? We'll definitely look up NVDA and Intel, absolutely. So we'll keep Meta up over on this right-hand side, because we already have it marked out where I would like to take a tasty little trade. Now, I don't want to cherry pick the top. I'd like to see a blow off and then it show me where my risk reward can be, so I can take 100 shares all the way down to the bottom, but we will see. So we will go over NVDA over here on this side. NVDA. So, as you guys know, I've been playing the heck out of NVDA, NVIDIA if you will, and it came right back down here to test this top, this double top here, and we know it is a very interesting spot. And after it touched, it broke through and soaked up right here in this 130 area, and now is heading higher. So what I want to see for NVIDIA is this red line that I've drawn, this 233 area. If we get a good push, that's great. We're probably going to run into some resistance somewhere in this 240, and it'll pull back, and we want to see a bounce off of this. If we can bounce off this area, we can use that as a risk, and then we can earn that RORI. So keep that in mind, guys, that NVIDIA is looking good. It's looking really good in the overall market. But if we want to get in on this, make sure you get on a nice little pullback, because, well, you don't ever want to be buying the top, right? Don't buy the top. You buy the top, you'll end up selling the low. So that's what I got for you. Can I go over UNCY? Oh, yes, you want UNCY, yeah? UNCY, baby. So we've been talking about UNCY for quite some time now, and we do like the way this thing looks. So we drew out the liquidity area at this 125. It looked like a great area to get in. After it pushed up, I said we'd want to see it come down to this area right here at this 125, because why? Because that's the only area that we can risk off of. So if you got in here, you wanted to take some profits out here and then hold for the rest of the expected move. Now, this thing pushed up way better than I anticipated. I expected it to bounce around this area for a little while before heading higher, but it looks like UNCY wants to keep on heading higher. So I wouldn't expect this thing to head too much higher, because we have risk, right, or we have liquidity right at that psychological $3 area right here above it. So keep in mind, we aren't saying that this play is over. We're saying it might go to $3. It might come back and retest this too, which would be ideal to find a nice little area to get in, risking that $2 area. Okay? So let me catch up Let's see, my favorite indicator. Yes, VWAP is a great indicator, and that's funny because I didn't even bring up VWAP, as an indicator. So yes, VWAP is a great indicator. That is the most widely used one, and that's why it works so well, is because so many people use that indicator. So let's see, don't just copy those, implement those. Yeah, your own trading. Will SPY push up to lunch hour? Creative, I don't know if this is your first time here or not, but thank you for joining us. We're here every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. And we go over in pre-market prep what we think is going to happen. So when you speak specifically about the SPY and you're asking, will it push up in lunch hour? Well, that's the thing. We're in at a top and we are at an area of resistance. So I would love to see the SPY push up during lunch and then come back and retest that resistance. But right now we're running into its resistance. So pushing up through lunch hour might be difficult. It might pose that difficult on this time frame. So we will see. A lot of times you get a lunchtime lull in this area, okay? And what do I mean by lunchtime lull is like all the big guys, all the big traders, all the heavy duty investors, they're all leaving for lunch. So you're not seeing a lot of liquidity during lunchtime. But then when 1:30, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock rolls around, next thing you know, you see a ton of volatility coming back in the market because those guys come back in. So will we see a push during lunch hour? If I had to guess, I would say probably not. But for the hopes in a move higher, and I say that respectfully, we'd like to see at least during lunchtime, we'd like to see this thing trade sideways, okay? We'd like to see this thing trade sideways, build a nice base that we can risk off of, and then head on higher, okay? So that's what we're looking at, and that's what we want to see for the bullish sentiment. On the bearish sentiment, we want to see this thing fail. We want to see it trading below the VWAP, and we want to see big wicks on the top. So right now I'm in that that meta trade at 1. I seen a little down tick there. I seen some selling volume coming in there on that 184. So I got in small, just 25 shares. I'm trying to wait to get into that 185. If I don't see it, I might add in a few more shares. But we only got about 23 minutes left in the markets show for you guys. So if you haven't voted on the poll, vote on the poll. Let me know what you want me to look at, what you want to see, and what you want to hear, because I can talk all day, baby. Amazing answer on SLY analysis. Hey, Creative, well, I hope that earned your subscription, sir, and I do appreciate you being here, but I do only ask of 3 things. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, and dude, show up for pre-market prep. Be here at 8 a.m. Eastern with the whole crew, brother. If you show up with the whole crew, we go over a little bit of everything. We go through SPY, NVDA, Meta, Tesla, Apple, Google, and I take live trades in front of you so you can just at least see how some day traders do it. Sometimes I make money, sometimes I lose money, but with risk in mind, I'm always losing less than I make. So that's always a good sign, guys. So we're up about $150 for the month, and I want to guess break even for the day, but we're going to see because I got a long day ahead of me, and you guys know I do better when I'm not on the show. But that's A-okay, guys, because sometimes you're a better trader in the afternoon when you got your levels to play off of, and sometimes you're a better trader in the morning when you get all of that rush of liquidity. So awesome, Creative. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad you will show up for the show. We also have a Discord. If you scroll up on the thing, everything's free. Everything's free. I'm offering you as much as I can because I want you to get the most out of this show that you can. So if you want to join Discord, it's up here in the chat. If you scroll up to the top, I could probably just, let's see, pin the message. I don't know, maybe that works. Yeah, there you go. I pinned the message so that way you could join our Discord if you felt so frisky. If you want to join, it's absolutely free. We do a lot of talking after the stock show. I like to chat quite a bit on there. Yesterday, I kind of use it as my journal. I just go on there and I just say what I'm thinking. If I'm in a trade or I'm not in a trade, they aren't buy or sell alerts by any means, but it's just what I'm doing. So I can go back. I can look at my trades. I can look at what I did wrong. If I'm getting too excited in the trade, because guys, it's hard. That's why I drive the submarine behind me, guys, because this submarine here shows us exactly what trading is about. Sometimes it's hard. You feel like you're under pressure. Okay, and when you feel like you're under pressure, sometimes you make wrong and bad decisions. That's why we need to use risk reward here. That's why when we take these trades, we know what we're risking, we know where our reward is, and that's how we make some money. Let's see. Could you see if Face Punch has a trade market? What is Face Punch? Do you know the ticker symbol? Google that and we will look it up. And plus, you wanted me to look up Intel and we never went over it. So INTEL. I'm going to have to look up what Intel's ticker is. I think it's, I don't know. I'll figure it out though. And we can look up face punch on this too. So INTEL, INTEL. So Intel. You're going to have to tell me what Intel's ticker is. It's probably like IN, isn't it? I don't know. You need to let me know what the ticker symbol is, and I'll be able to look that up for you, Matt. Let me know what the ticker symbol is for INTEL and what is for punch face. I obviously know what NVDA's is. We just went over that. So let me know. Let me know. Let's take a look at our trade of the day, which is CE. Dang it. I'm getting some brain farts. All right, OCEA, there we go. We're right back down to that buy-in area, just as I talked about in pre-market. That's exactly what I am anticipating for this trade to do. But we took this trade to show you how to play proper risk-reward, guys. So we got in this trade, we're risking 8, we got in at 850. So now you can see how this is gonna play out. Now I expected it to come back and test this 850 area, but we got in at market open so we could dedicate some of our valuable mental capital to this so you can see how I take the trade. So we only got about 20 minutes left. Let me catch up on chat. We'll look up INTEL and then we will go over anything else that you guys want to before the end of the day. So we only got 19 minutes left. Let's do this, guys. INTC, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Matt, for that. So INTC, so Intel is looking pretty interesting, getting a nice little pop here, but I'm not seeing much. The first thing I notice, Matt, is this is trading under its 200-day moving average, okay? It is making a base down here at the bottom. We got a double bottom down here, but it's not creating new higher lows yet on the hourly or the daily. So that being said, well, I guess it's creating new higher lows on the hourly right here, new higher lows, but I'm not seeing new higher lows on, well, we're seeing one new higher low on the daily, but what I'm trying to get to is that it's under this whole area is liquidity right here, Matt. So the first thing this thing has to fight off is this area of liquidity, okay? So when it comes back up into this area, that's the first thing it's gonna have to do is fight this liquidity. So it's looking good right now, it's giving a good push, but it's just gonna push right up into this area of liquidity, and then it's most likely gonna sell off. So when we see it sell off, then we want to see it trading sideways to push higher and get up above this 200-day moving average before I would ever look into taking a long-term swing on this. Now, if you're looking for a day trade, this might be a nice place to short. You know, a nice little push up into this resistance area into 28. That might be a nice place to short, but only if you know the risk and only if you know what you're doing when it comes to shorting. So be very careful when you're shorting, guys. You can lose a lot of money when you're shorting, especially in those low float stocks like OCEA. So what is punch face though, man? Face punch has a trade market. What is face punch? And if you're just joking around, you're saying you want to punch me in the face, well, you're going to have to meet me at jiu-jitsu for that, brother. And even then, you shouldn't be punching. And you know better, right, Matt? Matt's an awesome student at jiu-jitsu. We absolutely love his dedication. He just earned another stripe on that gray belt of his a few days ago, and I'm very proud, very happy to see him in here. So thank you for stopping in, Matt. That is awesome to see you, brother. So we got about 18 minutes left, guys. So if you want to see something, you want me to talk about something, let me know, because I can't read your dang mind. I am in Meta 25 shares short, meaning I am expecting Meta to fail at this 185 area. Why am I expecting that? Well, simply put, guys, I have this marked out, and I've talked about this 185 area since the inception of LoFi. Since LoFi has been started over a month ago, we've already got close to 300 subscribers. That's amazing, first off. And second off, we are still talking about the same levels. We show up for pre-market prep, guys. When we show up for pre-market prep, we understand the levels. So that way, when we see these levels and when they come in and they come in hard, we know what to do when they're there. So we waited for this 185. Actually, I didn't. I traded over and over again, making money, losing money. Now we're finally up to that 185, and now I'm like, oh, I know that trade. That's where I want to take that trade. So I took that trade. Here we are. I'm showing you how to do this live, baby. If you like it, if you love it, if you want some more of it, hit that subscribe button. You know what I want to do? I want to refresh this page, and I want to see how many subscribers we got now. Let's see. 297, baby. Let's go. 297. We only need 3 more, and we will hit that 300 marker. That's an amazing thing. You'll love to see it, guys. Absolutely love to see it. If you don't like to see it, well, then don't look at the subscription button. But I'm glad you guys are here, so thank you so much for being here, guys. I do really like this 185 area. I might actually just have to add into this, so I'm going to try and take up a little bit bigger short on this to see if we can't make some more money on this trade. Now, with the overall sentiment being to the south side now that we are in this area. Just remember, guys, the SPY in its lunch law is trading down, is running into its resistance area from long ago. We're talking this resistance that we see used to be its support, and it used to trade all the way back here in 11/21/22. Those are the lines. That's where we're catching them, guys. So when we see those, we see that in the SPY, you know, did it get me in? It did. Hey, that's awesome, guys. So that's why we use join the bid and join the ask, is because we want to get the absolute best price. So what did I do? I had in 25 shares short, trying to cherry pick this top at that 185 area. I seen red come in. I got in 25 shares. This thing started breaking down. I said, okay, it's time for me to make a little bit more money on this trade. I did the join the ask button. What is the join the ask? The join the ask is simply put, it means I'm joining where the nearest ask price is. Now, because this thing only trades within 4 cents of its range, that means that when it popped back up and it got me in, the next bid was taken and it was lower. So I immediately got that 25 shares in, it sold off, and now look what's happening, guys. This is how we extrapolate money from the market. We wait for our levels, or sometimes you trade your butt off until it gets to your levels, then you actually take the trade, and here we go. Now we're up about $54 that quick, ladies and gentlemen. If you're patient and you can wait for the right levels, you can make a lot of money. And I would probably be up a lot more money today, guys, if I would have just got out and waited. But you know, I like that more. I like that bigger expected move, and that's what is so much fun about trading, is you are the artist, guys. You are the artist. It's as simple as that. You're painting this picture. If you want to wait for your levels and you want to get in, that is artistry right there. Everybody does it different, and that's how I know it's art. The way I trade, the way Matt trades, the way Creative trades is all going to be different, even on different levels. Even if we all have 10 years of experience, we're all going to trade different. I have so many short bears. They're bears, right? I know a lot of them, and they all trade so different, guys. They all trade so different, but they all trade the same. It's all connected one way or another, but it is art, right? We all use paintbrushes and markers, but we all would come up with something different, and that's how this market is, and that's why I love the market, because there's so many spots for opportunity. There's so many spots to play, so absolutely love today. What a great day in this market, guys. Now, we are up about $53 on that meta trade. As you know, I like to pay myself into it, but I have this issue with always wanting to see the further, the more expected move. So what am I going to do here? I'm going to squeal. I'm going to shake. I'm going to just let that anxiety run rampant, because this I'm going to stick with. 185. I like 185. I know 185 is strong, and I know if we can't get above 185 that there are going to be a ton of people selling out, panic selling out. To me, that's what this looks like. It looks like a ton of people are panic selling out. They're getting really scared here. Now, this might be a good opportunity to buy, you know, because we have 3 areas here, right here, that might be a great area to buy. And with the overall market trading above that VWAP area for now, it very well could be. Now, you know, I'm a bear with bull horns. I like to see both sides of the stories, because I don't ever want to become too biased. So do I take my money and run, or do I take half out here, or do I hold on for the bigger expected move? There is so much that we could do in this area, and that is why it's art. Everybody's going to do something different. Everybody could give me advice on what to do with this trade right here, and I could take it or leave it. But regardless, unless I play it the way I want to play it, I'm not going to be happy with the overall trade. Ask the magic ball. We need a magic ball in here. If we had a magic ball, I'd shake that thing, and we would just, anytime ask me like, hey, you know, does it go up or down? I'm going to shake it. Yes, it goes up or down. But I love it, guys. I hope you love it too, because we only got about 10 more minutes left of the Lo-Fi Trading Show. So thank you so much for all your support. If you're still here, cheers to you. This one's for you. So thank you so much, guys. I would not be here if it wasn't for this amazing community. So thank you guys so much. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. That is some good stuff, guys. Absolutely love it. We are so close to hitting that subscriber mark of 300. Can you believe it? We just broke 200 2 weeks ago. You know, 100 every couple of weeks, 50 a week. 50 a week is amazing, guys. 50 a week. We've got more than 50 a week. That's amazing. Meta looks strong. Hold. Well, if Meta looks strong, you know I'm shorting this, right? So when you say it looks strong, we want to hear you saying it looks weak, SSIM. I am actually holding this to the short side. So keep that in mind. I am short, meaning I'm expecting this to head lower on this note. So I am going to hold because I personally think the overall market looks weak unless it can hold this area. If it can hold this area, then yes, I will agree that it's strong. But I personally think this 185 is so weighted, it's so diluted in this area. If we don't hold this area, everybody's going to be panic selling and it's going to head lower, lower, lower. But I think I'm going to pay myself into VWAP like I normally should, or like I should. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Only time's going to tell, guys. We only got about 10 minutes left of this show. So let me know what you are looking at. Looks strong for the sellers. Oh, I see. So you're expecting it to go down. Well, it's okay if you expect it to go up because I can fight both sides of the story, guys. I can. That's why I feel like I'm so good with supply and demand, because I can argue both sides. And if I feel like I can argue one side more than the other and I find good risk reward, well, that's where I make my money, right? So I'm going to hold on to this to VWAP. It looks like, you know, it could be you know, maybe I take my money and run. You know, maybe I take the $63 and run. But with the overall market and with the way things are trading, I think I might just hold on to see this sell off. And if I can hold 50 shares into tomorrow, who knows what tomorrow brings us. Maybe we go all the way back down to where we started, because once you start from the top, you don't want to fall to the ground. What's my entry area on it? Well, if you look on screen, you can always see my entries, and my entry here is 184.51. Not only do I have it on, I'll mark it here. So 184.51 is right about there. That's a penny higher than where I got it. That yellow mark will always mean short, okay? And the green marks will always mean where I got in long. So that way you guys know that I'm very transparent with you. And if you don't believe me, call me out. That's A-okay. I will bring it up on my trades. I track and trade. I track every single trade that I'm in, and I make sure I save it. So that way I can go over it, of course. I always like to go over my trades, especially my losers. Why? Because I am a loser, unless I'm learning from my trades. Right, guys? And you are a loser too, unless you are learning from your trades. It's that simple, guys. We need to learn something from our trades. If you're not learning, then you're a loser. And I do mean that when I say that, because if you wake up every morning and you stub your toe on that bed every single morning, you stub your toe, well, then what happens? You need to move that chair. And if you don't learn from you stubbing your toe, well, then you're dumb as hell, right? And really, you are a loser unless you're learning. So let's see. SM says, Meta looks strong, hold. Yes, I doubt that Meta will go too much lower. You know, I can see that argument, especially because we came here, we sold off, we came here, we held, we pushed higher, now we're testing this area. This does look like a nice area that can hold SM. I have to agree with you in that sense. But I do have to also see that I know this 185 is very, very strong. So we're kind of, we're in a little area where we're fighting here, right? We're fighting this area at 183, we're fighting this area at 185, and there's a big war going on here. So I feel like if we do get a breakdown and we have a bigger expected move, I don't think we're gonna come back up in this area. And that's why I like this trade. That's why I wanna hold on to this trade. And that's because I feel like we're gonna see a big move to the south side if and only if this 183 doesn't hold. So I totally agree with you, SM. This could definitely be a nice buy-in area and a good place for me to take my money off. But I like to hold for that bigger expected move. And now that we've been trading in this 183 for about 5 minutes, we got 1 more minute or 30 more seconds on this candlestick. It is holding itself down here like some heavy weights. Now we're gonna have to see another 2 candles, another 5 or 10 minutes shape up to see what it wants to give us. But you know, I want to hold. I'd like to hold. I'd like to see the bigger expected move. But if it does break out and gets back above 184, I might have to take out these shares for a small win. But you know, that is to come. It looks like I am out of OCEA, guys. So OCEA did hit my stop loss. Now, this is a perfect opportunity to learn from. What did I do here? Well, I seen a level that was holding this $8 from way back here, okay? And with that holding, I had good risk reward. We got in here, we held on to this trade to see what it would do. But look at this huge pullback on the hourly. We can look at this on the 1 minute to see how fast this can happen. Look, and guys, we went from doing great, bouncing off the VWAP, and then within about 10 minutes, we broke out to the downside. We took the ladder up and we took the window out. So we lose $2.74 on this trade. So I wasn't even risking $2.05. So when we were up here taking profit would have been great, right? It would have been great to take those profits while we were there because we didn't know what the expected move was going to be. But I did not. Why? Because I had low share size, and that's not an excuse. So from now on, we have to understand when we're in here, okay, and we get a push up, whether it's 1 hour or 2 hours, pay yourself just a little bit. So when it does come back down and stops you out, you know, you're only being stopped out for a small amount or break even in a certain sense. So OCEA, it was a fun one for a short time, but we're going to have to wait to see how that wants to shape up. Now, we are on the next 5-minute candle that just started about 10 or 15 seconds ago. So I want to see this thing. Oh, and it looks like we're trying to get through here. Are we going to see some buying power come in here? If we can see some buying power come in, maybe trade sideways during lunch hour, this thing has the ability to punch higher. If not, if it wants to keep selling off with the overall rest of the market, this thing could see new lows today. It is possible, but only time will tell. My crystal ball is not here with us today, maybe one day. So the SPY also is looking like it's trying to bounce off that VWAP after it gave back all of its push from the breakthrough of that VWAP. So this is a very interesting area, and I'm very curious to see, will this hold? Will this area hold? Will the SPY want to at least keep some of those gains just being right underneath that 200-day moving average? So we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to have to see because time is on our side on this one, guys. So I'm getting a little squeamish seeing these wick offs, especially with old SM talking about how this looks strong and me agreeing, you know, it's hard for me to hold for the longer expected move. But I got to say, why am I saying this out loud? So you guys understand what it's like as a trader. So you understand. I'm not looking at this and just acting like some tough guy, hold. No, I am squeamish. I do have a little bit of anxiety. I do want to hold for the bigger expected move because there's a lot of times that I could have made so much stinking more money. I have not paid myself into this trade. So I do have that option as well. I could take out half right now. So if we do get a pop up off this volume area, if we do see greener skies, that I at least made some money while we were in this trade, and then if we come back out and it wants to stop me out, then, well, hey, then it is what it is, right? So we're going to hold on to this just for a few more minutes because I want to see what's going to happen here. But let's see if we get a little bit more inclination on the Qs. So the Qs look like it is trading just over that VWAP area. It looks like it wants to hold this area. So things are looking kind of across the board like they might shape up in this area. And look at, I like the Qs on this. On that notion, I'm getting completely out here, and this might be wrong, but let me look over this. I don't want to take too quick of a move, but look, if I look at this on the 1 minute and I draw a line right here on top of this VWAP, okay, you can see, look at this came up, bounced, pushed through, bounced to test, pushed through, and now it's back here to test. So this really is the area, guys. This is really, for me, the Qs, in a sense anyway, it's either going to bounce again and head on higher, okay, and then we're going to have to test this area for head and shoulders, and then in this area for a high day break, or we trade sideways and we have a distribution and we trade lower, okay? So if we had a stop here and then a blowout volume here with added blowout volume like right here and here, and then we sold off hard, this might be the tall tale sign where if VWAP cracks here, we might go lower and we might go lower quicker. But like as Sim brought up, Meta does look like it's holding up pretty well here. And right there, Q broke, and just like I said, guys, look at that. What a beautiful thing. It breaks. It just barely breaks this liquidity area that I told you, this 191 of resistance and this VWAP area. And what happens when it does? This thing cracks down hard. It cracks right when it cracks from 291.79. It cracks down to 291.57. But right when it hits that 291.57, it gets bought up quickly. You'll see a lot of times algos will do that. It'll crack down hard, it'll get bought up quick, and then they sell off as it goes back up. But we will see what happens. That might be the final breakdown, and then the buy up. But we're going to see because it's right back trading at that area again. Goodness gracious, you love to see it. The Qs right here having an epic stinking battle right here, guys. What's going to happen? Time will tell. We only got 1 minute left. So if you guys want more of what I am bringing, we're going to do this one last time before I leave, guys. Right here, take a look at your screens. I'm doing live trading, live analysis for you guys every single day, guys, every single day. So smash that like button because you know it can be hard as a trader. If you've ever traded, you know it can be hard, and it only gets harder with the higher share size, with the more responsibilities you have, guys. So hit that like and hit that subscribe button and be here for pre-market prep. Now, I know some of you promised me that you would be here, and I do hope you are, but just know it is for you. We go ahead and we look at all of these levels, and we try to bring you the best possible content that there is, guys. So leave a like, hit that subscribe so you can see me every single day, Monday through Friday, 8 until 12. Thank you guys so much for being here. This was an excellent show, and I cannot wait to be here for Monday, because Monday, honestly, is my favorite day now. Favorite day. I get to conjure and think of all the cool stuff that I get to talk about to you guys, and then Monday, we're back, baby. So I hope everybody enjoys their weekend. Have a great weekend. I absolutely love you. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great day.